Actually, the person on the other end, yes.
Okay. Are you the right person to handle?
Good evening. I'd like to call to order the May 29, 2024 meeting of the City of West Palm Beach Historic Preservation Board. Can we please begin with a roll call?
David Berg,
Here.
James Murphy,
Here.
Amanda Skyer,
Here.
Kristen Kellogg,
Here.
Kyle Waters,
Here.
Gerald Bucksbaum, Jeff Sheldon.
Here.
Let the record reflect that Trent Swift and Gabriel Jarowski are absent.
Thank you. We now move on to approval of the agenda for tonight's meeting. Do you have any changes by staff as presented?
Good evening, everybody. Benjamin Slaughter, City Historic Preservation Planner. There are no changes to the agenda this evening.
Okay, thank you. Any changes by members of the board? Okay, seeing none, can we move to approve?
I move to approve the agenda for the May 29th, 2024 Historic Preservation Board meeting.
Do we have a second? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, moving on to approval of the minutes from the April 23rd meeting. Any changes to the minutes as presented in your packet? Seeing none, can we have a motion to approve, please?
I move to approve the minutes for the April 23rd, 2024 Historic Preservation Board meeting.
Do we have a second? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion carries. We now move on to report of the Historic Preservation Planner.
Good evening again, everybody. Welcome back from Memorial Day. Since our last meeting, staff has approved 193 Level 1 permit reviews, 0 Level 2 permit reviews, and 11 zoning reviews. Due to our delay in plaque delivery, we're going to continue our annual awards to reschedule them for June 25th meeting. I thank everybody who submitted nominations. Some board members have, some public has, and we have some really good places to choose from and really good people. Once again, the City of West Palm Beach, along with many other cultural institutions in the area, will be a proud sponsor of the National Alliance of Preservation Commission Forum in 2024. It'll be held in West Palm Beach from July 31st, 2024 to August 4th. I encourage every member of the board to attend and share their preservation success with a greater audience. Our request for qualifications for the update for 2005 design guidelines deadline for submission is May 31st. We reached out to 3 premier firms, but no proposals have yet been received. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Can you please provide a status update on the designation report for the Harriet Himmel Theater?
Good evening, Rick Green, Development Services Director, and at the last meeting, a couple discussion items were held, one of which was the board attorney wanted to confer with our city attorney. In addition, the deputy director indicated that there were some resolutions and ordinances that were in place that we had to research. So, Ben, if I can ask you to circulate this. I did a quick summary. But to begin with, City Place is governed by a DRI and what is known as a commercial plan development. That is regulated by section 94-207 of the city zoning code. So under the plan development, all approvals within the CPD are governed by a level 3 site plan review, which means it goes to the planning board for review, and ultimate decision authority is made by the city commission. Approximately 2.5 years ago, and that's the first bullet on the attachment that I just submitted, on January 24th, 2022, again nearly 2.5 years ago, the city approved Resolution 9-22. That resolution dictated how the particular sub-area that Himmel Theater sits in was to be redeveloped and reviewed. So it specifically called for The main hall of the historic church, known as the Himmel Theater, shall be rehabilitated according to the Secretary of Interior standards and include a cultural use. The resolution goes on to state that below the Himmel Theater, restaurants, landscape cafes, and other retail uses will spill out onto the Rosemary Square Plaza. So I want to make sure that the board understands that the same criteria that would be used if the city designated the historic Himmel Theater with the same criteria that's embedded in Resolution 9-22. To provide further background, on January 24th, Related submitted a fence permit for the Himmel Theater. 2 days later, they submitted a permit for interior demolition. On April 11th, a couple weeks before the last Historic Preservation Board meeting, they submitted a building permit for renovation. Then we had the Historic Preservation Board meeting on April 23rd. And then on May 7th, the city attorney issued a memorandum that is also attached, beginning on the third page, which basically said what I just mentioned, that the regulations of the Harriet Himmel Theater is regulated by Resolution 9-22. It does require approval by the City Commission. Any PUD that's referenced in 94-207, and because it's referenced in 94-207, it does require owner's consent. So the conclusion by the city attorney was that this board has no jurisdiction over establishing a historic designation for the Harriet Himmel Theater. Having said that, this department has had numerous meetings with Related in the interim, recognizing that there's a great importance to the Himmel Theater. It's the centerpiece of the City Place DRI. The initial plan that I referenced earlier that was submitted on April 11th showed all of the steps along the hibiscus frontage being removed and eliminated as part of the design. Through a lot of discussions and negotiations, although the stairs are not deemed to be historic, they have been altered over the years. We also sought a recommendation from the State Historic Preservation Officer that indicated that the steps, because of all the alterations that have occurred over the years, did not rise to the level of needing to be protected. But having said that, the city staff was able to convince the Related organization to retain some of the steps along Hibiscus. So they have submitted a new design as of last Friday, which our staff is reviewing now for compliance with the Secretary of Interior standards that basically leave the steps on the outside, cutting an opening through the middle so they can have access to the building from the Hibiscus Street frontage, and then also making it ADA compliant. In our discussions with Related, they have assured us that they are investing $20 million in the building, and that they also propose to maintain the historic nature of that building, and they will comply with the Secretary of Interior standards, as well as providing a cultural use, which is required per Resolution 9-22. So at this point, we are reviewing the building permit. Our attorney has determined that this board does not have jurisdiction over that designation. Approximately 20 people came to the City Commission last night discussing this issue with the commission. The commission did not give us any direction to move forward with the designation, nor did they ask us to move forward with the designation, but continue on the track we were on based on the memorandum that they received from the city attorney. So I'll be happy to answer any questions the board may have.
Questions of Mr. Green? Okay. I'm not sure where to start. There's obviously been, oh, sorry, I'm still, yes. I'm not sure where to start. There's been, we've been emailing back and forth since I first heard that that's what the city attorney decided. And so I'd like to understand, which I've asked a couple times in email and again when we spoke this afternoon, what provision of the code allows for a development of regional impact to essentially not have to follow the historic preservation ordinance?
It's not that it doesn't follow the historic preservation ordinance, it's the regulation of development of City Place, like any other planned development, is regulated through zoning code section 94-207, which is a planned development. City Place, the entire 77-acre portion of City Place is regulated and was approved in the mid-90s as a planned development. So they are regulated through Section 94-207, which is, again, typically a recommendation on a major project like the Twin Towers that were recently submitted, goes through a planning board review. They are a recommending body to the city commission, and then the city commission has final say. It's not that they're ignoring or avoiding the historic preservation ordinance. They are just not subject to that ordinance because they're regulated in a different manner per the zoning code.
So a development of regional impact for everyone in the audience, that's not only a commercial plan development, it's also a residential plan development, correct?
The zoning for City Place is CPD, commercial plan development.
development.
But it is permitted to have residential uses within it.
So I believe the zoning for the Norton Museum is a residential plan development that contains not only the museum, but historic homes along its south border, and those buildings fall under the purview of this board. So how is the Harriet Himmel Theater an exception?
Yeah,
Rick, do you want me to?
Sure.
Step in?
And again, just to clarify, I don't think the Norton was designated as a residential plan development. I think it was community service, but feel free.
But would that be a DRI?
That is not a DRI,
It's
no.
not a DRI.
It is not a DRI.
Okay.
We only have 2 DRIs in the city, City Place being one. I believe Center Park is the other off of Australian.
Okay.
So, last meeting,
I don't think we can hear you. Sorry.
Just talk into it.
last meeting, when we discussed this, I specifically wanted to be able to look at the history of this project in conjunction with the city attorney. I am the attorney for this board. The city attorney is the attorney for the city commission. But I agree with the city attorney's opinion. She got it. She hit the nail on the head. And I mean, just as a way of background, in Florida, developments of regional impact are or were authorized by state statute. And this development goes back a long time. And essentially what happened was the city made a decision when this development started that they would pursue a planned development with related. And when they made that decision and they voted on that decision, when the city commission voted on that decision to enter into that agreement with related, then 94-207 became the regulating standards by which that development was governed. Now, the DRI also referenced the Secretary of Interior standards. So while this board may not have jurisdiction over that development, certainly the interior standards are being used and they're being applied by the professional staff of the planning department in negotiating with related on Harriet Himmel. And the bottom line is, because there's a planned development, which is clearly regulated by 94-207, and 94-207 states these regulations will supersede all of the regulations in reference to planned developments. That's why this board doesn't have jurisdiction at this point.
It's a revelation to me that the city would waive any ability to protect historic resources within a DRI.
Well, Madam Chair, with all due respect, we're not waiving those responsibilities. What Melissa is suggesting is that we are applying the same standard. They have to comply with the Secretary of Interior standards, so that's what we're going to use. Had they been designated a historic structure, we would be using the exact same standards. So I really don't think that there's anything lost in the fact that we were very adamant when that resolution was crafted back in 1922, Resolution 9-22. It was very specific and said that the developer had to comply with the Secretary of Interior standards. Related all along for the last 2 years have been telling us they have no intention of getting away from the historic nature of that theater. They want to change the use within the interior, which again, we don't really regulate with the interior standards. So they want to keep it historic. They want the appearance to be historic. And they've said from day one that they have no other concern in meeting that standard. And that's why they agreed to put that standard in the resolution that was approved way back in January of 2022.
I understand that, but if the designation process were able to move forward, it would be this board that would be applying the Secretary of Interior standards according to the design approval matrix. This level of change would be not a staff approval, it would be a board approval.
With a recommendation to the city commission. They would have the ultimate say.
So there's no opportunity for this board to exercise its right to, I mean, we're the experts in terms of a board, an appointed board.
Absolutely.
In applying the Secretary of Interior standards. And
I think in
there's
this-
no opportunity for this to come under the review of this board.
That is correct. But what I'm asking you, as I'm asking the rest of the board, to trust my staff, who have been doing this for a long time. They are going to be applying the same Secretary of Interior standards. Have faith in the staff that they know what they're doing, and they are going to be looking out for the board just like they're looking out for the residents who want to see the historic nature of that building preserved. That is our goal, and that I can say with all certainty that seems to be Related's goal as well.
Is it, if I am understanding correctly, the doors at the top of the stairs will become windows and will no longer be
I'm going to
operable?
let the experts address that. So, Ann, I'm
Okay.
gonna put you on the-
That would be great to hear about the impact of the proposed changes, since it's not going to come before this board.
Yeah, so Ann Hamilton, Historic Preservation Planner. I think a short summary of the changes that Related has proposed are the removal of the front staircase, the replacement of it with 2 staircases along the side and an opening in the middle where there will be a door on the current ground level. Those staircases will lead to a glass wall to look like the current doors. The current doors on that landing are inset. They are proposed to be pulled forward into the current open arches, but Related has said that they would essentially replicate the doors that are behind those arches to essentially pay tribute to them. On the side elevations, several arches are being combined into one larger arch. That's on the east and west elevation. And then on the south elevation, our review kind of doesn't extend to there because that portion of the building is non-historic. That was an addition that was done after a former portion of the building was removed in the 90s or 2000s, and the former Bellagio was built there as an addition. So our main review is on the east, west, and north elevations, and that's a general summary of the changes that they've proposed.
Thank you. I understand from the communication with the SHPO that these are not the original stairs. Anne, if you could, thank you, that these are not the original stairs. But I did want to ask you about standard number 9, which states that new additions, exterior alterations, or related new construction will not destroy historic materials, features, and spatial relationships that characterize the property. So we know that this is not the original historic materials, but certainly this is the original location of the stairs. And in the email from the SHPO, they talked about the stairs were a character-defining feature of the building when it was built as a church. They emphasized the elevated status of the church and the grandeur of the architecture by forcing an upward perspective, keeping the element of the stairs and retaining or returning the physical design and visual characteristics of the stairs to their historic design and appearance is important and needs to be done. However, we do not think that this iteration of the stairs needs to be retained as is. So I think there's more that can be done, and I would urge you as staff to ask Related Group to continue to find a way to meet the program that they want for their tenant in a way that maintains the historic spatial relationship of this building to the streetscape.
And I certainly agree. That was one of our major contentions when we were in discussions with them. Certainly the wholesale removal of the stairs is not acceptable. It does not meet the Secretary of the Interior standards. And I mean, certainly we can approach them again with the suggestion that certainly it's something that they could retain, but we do believe that the existence of some element of the stairs does meet the intent of the Secretary of the Interior standards.
Okay, thank you, Anne, and thank you, Rick. And Melissa, any further questions before we move on to tonight's agenda? I do have some comment cards that I will get to as soon as we get to public comment. Any questions, comments?
I have a follow-up question on that. Anne, you said you'd go back to the applicant with suggestions. Wouldn't it just be a requirement? If you're forced, if this project has to be reviewed under these standards, it would be denying the permit because it fails to meet blank. Therefore, it's not suggesting or allowing an applicant to consider, it's requiring.
Yes, we are still currently under review. They have not been issued a permit. They are still responding to comments, and comments have not been made regarding this. So it's something that we can look at.
I have one comment.
Yes.
I will probably never have the opportunity to say this again on such iconic stairs. I think we can all agree that the stairs are important, yes, but the level of excellence that is coming to West Palm is extraordinary. I think the only comment that I would see is Related is doing something incredibly special. Perhaps we could challenge them. Iconic things are the Met, the Sacre Tour. I mean, these stairs are so iconic. Maybe we throw it on them to say, get us something of that level of excellence, since we don't really have a say. Just my 2 cents, so thank you.
Thank you for sharing it.
Maybe it's not my place to point this out, but there are other historic structures in that area which planning has saved. There are 2 historically designated houses which sit right next to that Publix, which are fabulous structures which are being saved, you know. So, in my opinion, working with planning, they are really, you know, trying to save and have done a great job preserving what they can there with the authority that they currently have.
My issue is not with planning. I personally disagree with the city attorney's memo, but I am not a lawyer, and so I'm not in a position to refute that. My issue is not with planning. This is, I think, a matter of making this all public record so that the public, who clearly is very invested in the history of this building, has an opportunity to participate. And so I completely agree that planning has done wonderful things all over the city, and there's a lot of structures from the downtown area that have not been saved. That are not designated, but have been saved through relocation. And so this is not by any means a critique of the planning staff. It's, I guess, a matter of opinion as to the ruling by the city attorney. Okay, thank you. With that, we'll move on to remarks by the chairperson. So thank you for everyone here who's just an applicant. We had to get that out of the way, and we will have a few public comments. But to everyone here who is on the agenda, just to let you know how this meeting will go for each of you as the applicant, you'll have an opportunity to present. Following your presentation, staff will make a presentation, and following that presentation, we'll open it to public comment, which will be limited to 3 minutes per person. If there is public comment, the applicant will have an opportunity for a rebuttal if they so choose, and after that rebuttal, we will go into our executive session, where we will render our decision. So to lead into this, we need to let you know if we've had any conversations outside of this meeting, so we will now declare any ex parte communications.
As to matters on tonight's agenda, I, David Burke, have not had ex parte communications, have not received written communications, have not conducted an investigation, have not made a site visit, and have not received expert opinions. I request that these disclosures and all written communications be made part of the record.
Yes. As to matter case number 24-23, I, James Murphy, have had ex parte communications with the project architect, Mr. Caleb Lowe, have received written communications from same, have not conducted an investigation, have not made a site visit, have not received expert opinions. I request that these disclosures and all written communications be made part of the record. As for the balance of the matters on tonight's May 29th, 2024 Historic Preservation Board meeting, I, James Murphy, have not had ex parte communications, have not received written communications, have not conducted an investigation, I have not made a site visit, I have not received expert opinions. I request that these disclosures and all written communications be made part of the record. And for specificity, I specifically spoke with the project architect wanting some additional feedback from my comments at the hearing for the overall design and massing of his house.
I, Amanda Skyer, have not had ex parte communications. I've not received written communications. I have not conducted an investigation. I have not made a site visit, nor have I received expert opinions on any matter on tonight's agenda. I request that these disclosures and all written communications be made part of the record.
As to case number 24-33, 293 Flamingo Drive, I have a conflict for the agenda item and will not be voting. I'll step out of the room at the time. For all other cases on tonight's agenda, I have not had ex parte communications. I have not received written communications. I have not conducted an investigation. I have not made a site visit. I have not received expert opinions. I request that these disclosures and all written communications be made part of the record.
As to all matters on tonight's agenda, I, Jeff Sheldon, have not had ex parte communications, have not received written communications, have not conducted an investigation, have not made a site visit, nor have I received expert opinions. I request that these disclosures and all written communications be part of the record.
Can you please turn on your microphone?
Thank you. As to this matter, I, Gerald Bucksbaum, have not had ex parte communications, received written communications, conducted an investigation, made a site visit, received expert opinions. I request that these disclosures or all written communications be made part of the record.
Okay. As to the matters of tonight's agenda, I, Kyle Waters, I have not received ex parte communications. I have not had written communications. I have not conducted an investigation. I have not made a site visit. I have not received expert opinions. I request that these disclosures and all written communications be made part of the record. Thank you.
Thank you. We now move on to the public comment portion of our meeting. I have a number of cards here, and again, I appreciate the patience of all our applicants while we address the Harriet Himmel Theater designation that was brought forth at the last meeting. Rick Gonzalez. For public comment, because it's not on the agenda.
Good evening, Rick Gonzalez. Chairwoman, board members, 919 Clearwater Park Road. I've been working in downtown West Palm Beach for 39 years. I sat on a federal board, the ACHP, on 2 state boards, the Florida Historical Commission and the Florida Trust for Historic Preservation, 2 universities, MICA and UF, in historic preservation matters. I've also done work at the local level, and my father actually sat on this board many decades ago. And my daughter spoke yesterday at the City Commission. I'm considered an expert in historic preservation in the state of Florida. Now, I wish I could speak to you directly about the Harriet Himmel tonight, but I am under an order not to speak about the building itself or the project. But I can talk about the Secretary of the Interior standards, and I can talk about other buildings in West Palm Beach. I've passed out a map of downtown West Palm Beach. I've been giving walking tours for 25 years for the benefit of the Historical Society of Palm Beach County. And in the past, I even did them with the Green Market, although those were stopped a year ago. I don't no longer do them with the Green Market, but I do them on occasion. For example, someone mentioned the NACP conference, which is coming up. I will be doing that walking tour. And why I hand you the map is because I put a lot of effort into that map 25 years ago, and over the years it's been updated. But we've reached a moment of critical decision curve in the road. We all know that it's nice to get a national recognition for a building, but that's just it. It's a recognition. It means absolutely nothing. The only thing that counts is what you guys do, which is getting a local designation. Local designation is the only thing that protects a building, any of those buildings that you have on that list. There's about 50 of them. I used to run my walking tours, very proudly would say, we're not Fort Lauderdale, we're not Miami, we're West Palm Beach, where there's a balance between new and exciting buildings and historic buildings. The Harriet is one of the 3 top landmarks in the city. The courthouse with its steps, and the Christ Fellowship, I would consider the top 3 buildings in our downtown. But there are many other buildings on that list that are under threat. For example, the CRA owns 314 Clematis, which is a disgrace on our Main Street, the way that building's looked over the last several years. Open on the ground floor. Now they want to sell it and turn the upper floors, the windows, take out 100-year-old windows that I point out on my walking tours, original wavy glass with metal, which are very difficult. You do windows, you know what I'm talking about. And the curved terracotta. They sold it. They're going to open up a balcony on the 2nd floor behind the openings of the windows. The Hotel Ivernia, they're adding an 18-story or 15-story building behind it. The tourist station, and on and on and on. So I beg you, you can't do anything about the Harriet right now. They told you that. But you can designate everything else that's in downtown West Palm Beach that needs to be designated, because you have the authority to help save our history for future generations. Thank you.
Thank you, Rick. Mike Schmidt.
Hi, I'm Mike Schmidt, 315 Hibiscus Street. I live just a couple blocks down here. It's just unfortunate. I think the only reason why people are getting their britches in a bind over this is just because, as Rick mentioned, we're not Boston or Quebec City or London or someplace with scads of historic properties, and there's so few left. And any real city, any good city, any decent city that attracts tourists and attracts a quality of life enthusiastically tries to preserve their historical structures. And so it's, despite whatever, the regulations are that whatever the CRP or whatever the city attorney is saying, it's just a little embarrassing and it's a little shameful that we're going to get this thing butchered, because that's what appears to be happening. And it's just a bit of a shame that we're all just kind of, staring at their desk realizing that there's nothing we can do about it. And so just to reinforce what Rick is saying is we've got to, at some point, get some vision and get some teeth into this thing if we're going to save these things. And that's been lacking on the Harriet Himmel thing. It would have been great if we could have approached this matter a year ago or sometime in advance, and now it's kind of last minute Charlie, and that's why we're all sitting around kind of embarrassed and shamefaced about it. It's just a bit of a shame. So let's just try to move forward and make it happen.
Thank you. Linda Cullen.
Hi, Linda Cullen. I actually have questions. I don't have statements. And there are questions that you can't answer now. So I'm just asking that you think about these questions, and when you get the answer, that it reports back to the public somehow. One of the things that I feel outraged about is that this resolution from 2022. It's just now coming to light, and it limits your ability as board to have purview over that. Why wasn't this board told that 2 years ago so that you would understand? All right, you can't answer that. I also, about the national designation, well, let me first say that Mr. Green, when he spoke earlier, said that Related wanted to keep it historic and it wanted it to be historic. If that's the case, I know you can't do anything about this, but why won't the Related group now say, we'll follow everything, we'll take the designation? And the national designation, Mr. Gonzalez is right, has no teeth. It's a feather in the cap. But for a city that does have on its website and other places, touting ourselves as being careful about historic and renovations, it's sort of embarrassing then to be able to not have that named historic. And if it doesn't need the owner's consent for national and there's no harm in it, I would just wish that somebody would get that through to them as well. Okay.
Thank you. And just to clarify, for National Register nomination, owner consent is needed, but for local designation in the city of West Palm Beach, owner consent is not needed, with the exception of this situation, apparently. Our next card is for David Smith.
David Smith, 252 Gregory Road, South End, former city commissioner, involved with Flamingo Park getting started off the ground, saved the armory, wrote 23 cities 30 years ago to get their preservation ordinances because we had zero. Had the zoning review board committee cull those ordinances so we could come up with something that's apropos to the city of West Palm Beach, because it's true, we're not Boston, San Antonio, New York, Charleston. But we want to save what we got before it's gone. It's been a long road. I'm happy with what we've done with the armory and several of the other things we've done. But in the proposal, and I'm not under any obligation not to speak my piece, Related has misinformed the public about their good intentions. They say that the things that have already been done far exceed what they're going to do. And what they use to justify that statement is mostly irrelevant. It's not that they lie to you. They don't. They just don't tell you all of the truth. The big part of the building that was torn down many years ago was an addition, and it doesn't belong as part of the church. To remove the stairs were replaced years ago. Keyword, they were replaced. They weren't removed. They're still there, and they ought to be. It's too dark inside. Well, that's because they took the ground away. Dirt isn't about preservation. They took the ground away to expand the opportunities for the business venture, because there is plenty of big windows in there, in that church, to get light in. So that's poppycock, which is a word I prefer to use rather than the word I want to use. The presentation that they've made in the emails that I received and the information they've given to you and the information that they've given to the city commissioners is, for the most part, irrelevant. The other side of the truth is it's private building. I get that. Related is not an evil entity. They've done some work here in the city that is pretty good. They make some nice buildings. After hearing what they wanted to do with the Himmel, I now worry about what they want to do with the Christian Science Church 35 years from now, when we're not up around here to protest whatever they plan for that. But that wouldn't be fair. That's in the future. What I am concerned about, though, preservation was meant originally to be a carrot, not a stick. I'm not interested in beating Himmel over the head. I would like him to be responsible. We have a strong elected mayor in this city, something we've pushed 30 years ago. We need a mayor that's going to stand up for the city, not for Himmel. We need a preservation board that can do the best they can to preserve it, but most of all, we need a dialogue with Himmel to keep going so we can, if we can't legally beat them over the head, which I'm not interested in doing, we need to convince them that they're going down the wrong road and they need to be more responsible. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your time and for the historical background. I would like to clarify that we did designate the Scientist Church a few years ago when that property changed hands. Obviously, it's much smaller, the parcel, than it originally was, but it is now protected. Okay, that's all the cards that I have for public comment. Is there any further public comment before we move on to tonight's agenda? Okay, seeing none, we will now swear in our speakers. So if you are on the agenda, if you're speaking on an item on the agenda, please rise and raise your right hand to be sworn in.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you will give tonight will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Thank you. You may be seated. We have 2 items on the consent agenda tonight. Can we have a motion to approve, please?
I move to approve consent case 21-56C for 211 Edgewood Drive and consent case number 24-32 for 287 Valencia Road.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, motion carries. If your case number 21-56C, 211 Edgewood Drive, or case number 24-32, 287 Valencia Road, your case has been approved. Our first continued case for this evening is 24-20, 309 Edgewood Drive.
The applicant has requested the use of our presentation.
Thank you. I don't have too many comments. I think we were here about a year ago to address the front porch enclosure. So we. Yeah. Okay. Lane Fromm, 309 Edgewood Drive. Have our architect Corey Cross here with us. We've revised some plans for the front porch enclosure to bring it more in line with the rest of the streetscape. And then we're also requesting a 600 square foot addition, 1-story addition in the back.
Okay, do we have any questions of the applicant? Are you aware of the staff conditions?
Yes.
Do you have any comments on those, or?
No.
Okay, thank you. We'll now move on to the staff report. Thank you.
Benjamin Salata presenting case 2420, pre-construction alterations additions for 309 Edgewood Drive. This is the area location showing between Olive and Dixie on Edgewood. This is a site as taken recently, showing the house in its current condition. These are 2 other photos from representing from 2020 and 2022, where the front was altered porch with adding windows. There was 2 cases brought before this board. Both were denied. There's also an open code enforcement case on this porch. The request is for a proposed 600 square foot 1-story addition to the rear property and general site work. This is the floor plan existing and proposed. It shows a master bedroom, bathroom, and I believe a laundry facility added to the rear of the house. The elevation from the south shows the roof line extending over the backside and I believe it was the east elevation. And the existing shows it going back. It shows a differential in the window as the extension, and the roof line changes and extends out. Again, from the west, you can see the addition towards the back with one window with a slight change to it. In the north as well. The roof plan is where we have a lot of changes. The roof line is proposed to extend off the front into the back. Change of the roof line. And finally, the streetscape shows that the mass of the house is quite minimal compared to its neighbors. We believe this meets all codes with the two conditions. One, to remove the unpermitted and previous denied work, which was HPKs 2256 and 2322, and restore the front porch and screen enclosures to its original condition. We also want to show differentiated from the old and new by the stucco finish on the rear to show a dash smoother sand finish as opposed to a flat finish. And we want the new windows to match the existing casement windows, which was a grid pattern from 2005. That's in my report.
Thank you. Questions of staff? Could you go back to the conditions, please? So,
Sorry.
so just to clarify, for this porch enclosure, you're asking that it not be windows as shown in the plans?
Yes,
and
back
then
to screens, back to its original condition prior to the unpermitted and unplanned work.
And do you have any concerns about the dormer window being added as a conjectural feature?
No.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions? Okay, thank you. Any public comment on this case? Okay, we'll now go into executive session.
Well, I think it certainly is, certainly have listened to our direction, the prior submittal. I think it was a two-story that happened mid-slope of the roof. So I really appreciate them dialing back the program, listening to us, having this addition be able to fulfill their programmatic needs and yet have no discernible effect to the front facade, and also appreciate, I do recall the two applications for the screen enclosure, so I'm happy to hear that they will be converting that back, and I'm not reacting to the dormer myself, but I'm open to hear from my fellow colleagues.
I've got a question I want to point out. On what I have here, it's showing a second floor. From the front elevation, I don't see a second floor. Has that second floor been removed?
You may have the older set of plans.
Okay. Yeah. Wrong set, no problem.
May I ask a question of staff? Mr. Salata, can I just ask a question about that dormer type window feature that's being added? Because my first reaction would be that it is a conjectural feature, and I'm just wondering, why you're not concerned with it. Is it because you feel like it's been altered over time, or it would be easily removed in the future, or something like that?
I just don't believe it's an issue compared to all the other issues in this house. We've had over the course of 2 years. I don't get nitty-gritty with one window. I think they're making significant back changes, altered their plan considerably to meet this board's needs. So I'm satisfied with the results.
Thank you.
Also, wasn't my recollection that the front porch wasn't original?
It's not original.
So that's kind of why I was a little okay with that, adding that feature to it. But now that I also have a second floor plan.
I believe the wrong set went in this one. This was a late change, and my apologies to that.
Okay.
I can go back to the plan set if you want. They just took off the second floor, essentially, the same footprint.
Any further discussion, or would someone like to make a motion?
May I have a word if possible?
I'm sorry, we're in executive session. Thank you.
I move that the Historic Preservation Board approve application number 24-24, alterations and additions in accordance with standards 9 and 10 as set forth in section 94-49 of the city's zoning and land development regulations. The motion is based on the testimony presented along with the application submitted in the staff report, which constitutes competent substantial evidence. In addition, the approval of this request is made conditional upon the following restrictions, stipulations, and/or safeguards that I move are necessary to ensure compliance with the purpose and intent of the Historic Preservation Ordinance, the historic preservation element of the comprehensive plan of the City of West Palm Beach, the Secretary of Interior standards for rehabilitation. The conditions include the following. 1, remove unpermitted and previously denied HPB case 22-56 and 23-22, windows on front porch, and restore screen enclosures. Resolve code enforcement case CE 23030268. 2, show differentiated from the old and the new. Dash, smooth, or sand finish is conditioned over a lap sided finish stucco on the addition. 3, new window to match existing white casement impact with matching grid from permit 05080150 from 2005.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion carries. Your case is approved. Thank you for working with us. Our next case is case number 24-23, 301 Barcelona Road.
Hi there, my name is Caleb Laux, representing FGS Design and the client for this property, 301 Barcelona Road. We presented a design in the April hearing, and we made some revisions to address some comments and also some clarifications to the design intent that we presented that hearing. So I'll just go through those. This is the originally proposed design from April. And then what we've done to address some of those comments is introduced, it's quite a simple move, but we introduced a setback on the northeast corner, which will become more obvious as we go along. And that also impacts the FAR and the lot coverage as well. These are the two zoning breakdowns. So those are bring down the total area, bring down the lot coverage, bring down the proposed FAR. Local photos, and the existing house. So the first series of comments I wanted to address was regarding the massing and the size of the development on the lot and the appearances that it had from the street. So I just want to go over some of the original precedents that we were looking at. The first one is 3517 Washington Road. It's a 1- and 2-story combination. It's got a roof that is both hip and gable, so it kind of works together. The long facade is broken up by the chimney, which, it's not on the street facade, but, without the landscaping, it's kind of obvious what the massing is doing, so that chimney does help break up that facade. This is in Southland Park. A little bit closer to home, we have 2415 Medina, which our front facade more relied on with the AB relationship. The difference being this is completely a two-story building with gable and parapet roof, so a little bit more imposing size. But what's important here is on the north facade, again, we have a chimney breaking up, but if you look on the back corner, we have a little setback here that you'll see as becomes more obvious. So these are the original 3D elevations. The big changes were for drawing 3 and drawing 6, which you'll see here. So the east facade, which is here, we've set back, which, you know, instead of having a long facade, brings it further back and breaks up that facade as you're looking to the north. And of course, as you're looking to the southwest on this view, breaks it up even further. And that'll become more obvious as well as I move to the renderings. Another comment was regarding to the ornament, specifically the rustification. So I want to clarify that intention because I think maybe our drawings read a little bit strongly. So I want to go over some precedents regarding those. And then, of course, the plans here, but those are, you know, minimal. So the first one is talking about how the detail is expressed historically. Rustication is really just a tooling joint done in stucco, usually about the thickness of a brick joint, even less so. So for example, the middle of 206 Graymon, that entire facade and that entire bay is rusticated, but it's not completely obvious until you do a closer inspection. And, you know, I don't know if it's obvious on some of the screens. You have to have a pretty big screen, but all the rustication is here. So it's just it's almost a textural detail in this cut, just enlivening up the tectonics of how this is done. This is also done on 330 Greenwood. It's on the front door. This entire thing is rusticated. It's also across the street. This entire two-story ornament is rusticated. And then this one is even subtler, which is not completely obvious. It's 3100 Vincent. You have to really zoom in to see where the rustication is occurring. But it's the entire mass where the door is, and including this chimney. And final note on this slide from Southland Park, all of these are emphasizing the front door. So segueing from 3100 Vincent, we have a similar element in El Cid on 231 Dyer, chimney and front door rusticated. 216 Valencia, around the arches, a little bit more, they're a little bit more contrasty with the paint choice. 230 Valencia, there's rustication around these arches and the front door portal. And then right next door, it's just the essay that we were trying to expand upon. This is kind of a really elegant expression of how, you know, the little colonnettes and the rustication, the coins work in a very subtle way. But that's, if there was one thing I was expanding on, it was this detail. And then the other note here is all these examples in El Cid, all the rustication is embellishing arches. The final point is the scope of the rustication. So one thing is that these are buildings where rustication features significantly on the facade. So this first example, probably one of my weaker ones because it is a little bit ham-handed with what was probably done later on the two-story window, but it is featuring prominently on the facade. Around the corner at 112 Roosevelt, I have to zoom in here. I don't have to zoom in here, but I think I've tried to Photoshop it a little bit to highlight how much rustication is on here. It is on it's a significant portion of the front facade, wraps around the corners, which also happens at 323 Cordova. If I zoom in there, the rustication is wrapping around the corner, engaging the front door element. And even further, 258 Granada, a very significant portion, of course, an element that we've seen before in the other examples, wraps the corner and includes the arches, includes the front door. And then finally, across the street, 308 Barcelona from our project, this carport, this bay, and this bay out here is all rusticated. So the importance to note about the scope of these is that the rustication isn't just an embellishment of a window or a framing element. It really is highlighting the massing, and it becomes a more tectonic element. But in a subtle way. And so the original rendering maybe had it, this may have been an error of communication, but we were trying to downplay what it would actually read like, especially like that 3100 Valencia example. it almost doesn't read at all, or even that 112 Roosevelt. You really have to investigate it up close to see that there is rustication on that. It's a subtle detail that was happening all in the 20s. And so as a result, with the previous proposal, we're making sure to include that the material specifications include struck joints in the stucco, not something, and specifically not using those plastic beads to make it, which happens a lot in the neighborhood, kind of makes things a little bit ham-handed. It's really something subtle. It's bringing back a naivete of expression of what was happening in the 20s. Not everybody was super skilled, but they were able to embellish these buildings in a kind of a charming way without being, perfect. And so that's pretty much what we're going for. So if I go back to just summing it all up, we're stepping back where the carport is and stepping it back twice, stepping it back at the carport, stepping it back at the second story behind the carport. Our rustication is tooled, really only there to embellish the arches, embellish the front door, like the precedents. And then these two facades changed very little. It's these, apart from the setback that's obvious on the north elevation. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you. Questions of the applicant?
I just have a small question to make sure that I'm understanding. On the rustication that you're currently proposing, what is the difference in the plane between like your smooth stucco and then the rustication, or is there one? Is it like?
It would be, well, in a lot of these examples, especially the scope precedents, usually they try to find an outside corner to end on. So it's hard to say that there's a planar difference.
Mm-hmm.
If I was to say there was a planar difference, I would follow up 258 Granada, which is maybe like half an inch at most.
Okay.
But again, the goal for us was to find outside corners to kind of end on,
Mm-hmm.
inside corners to end on. So I guess we have here would end maybe like a half an inch of difference, something
Mm-hmm.
very slight.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Again, Caleb, we were reacting to your renderings, really, so I guess you nailed it correctly. There was a little miscommunication. And even the front cover is still depicting it as very medieval. I appreciate a lot of the changes, particularly to that carport area. I expressed to you how I'm not really a big fan of the carport, and I think its elimination would have resolved the house entirely and would have been a home run, moving that program to the first floor. That said, did you explore turning bedroom 2 and bathroom 1 and 2 into more of a flat roof structure to further distinguish that piece that doesn't need the, I know that you wanted to keep a clean roof.
Yeah, we did, and there was a couple reasons for that. One, we think, at least from the street facade, having an eave has a less of a presence, and so it became more problematic on this north elevation. It's like, what does this roof do? Is it a clean transition, basically, on this north elevation? If there was, yeah, that's the long and the short. Because we would, like where this roof would stop and how it would react, what this eave would do at a parapet or a flat roof or a lowered roof. We did explore lowering the roof, but we didn't think it was significant enough to kind of generate any kind of impact, which is why we pushed on setting it back twice.
Well, I think the efforts that you did make with the setback, the introduction of that little roofing over the entry into the carport, the retention of that, I'm kind of projecting second floor bay, I think really does break up that second floor massing, which has that compromised setback along, what is that, Olive? Which I was most concerned about. So I think that you addressed at least the comments that I was speaking of last month.
Any further questions? Thank you for the precedent images. They're very helpful with the rustication. I wanted to ask if you'd be open to perhaps reconsidering the coins. It was helpful to me to see the precedent images that if the rustication does extend, at least from what I saw, to the second floor, that there's a void, there's a separation between the windows and whatever that vertical element is, or it extends to a chimney. And so I don't know, it doesn't seem like there's this combination, and I know that's being very exacting, but I'm just wondering if that might help soften a little bit. I don't know if anyone else on the board agrees, but I just wanted to put that out there if that was something you were open to.
Yeah, we're open to it.
Okay. And then I completely agree about the carport. Obviously, porte cocheres are common with the Mediterranean Revival style. Do you have any references to a porte cochere in this neighborhood that has a second story above it?
Not offhand. I mean, I'm sure there's a few. I mean, I think the better answer would be it's more likely going to be a garage with a door. But our design constraints were such that we were kind of pushing it already with having it be enclosed space.
So you would exceed the FAR, or if you were to enclose?
We're already over, and so and that's why we're going for the green bonus to get that. So we didn't want to push it.
I'm sorry, that's why you're going for what?
The green bonuses.
The green bonuses, okay. And how much are you over?
Like 1%.
We're still getting used to the green bonus. Like, I feel like it's this, I don't know, season that we've been seeing it, and so it's an adjustment for the board.
I've used it, we've used it before, but it is, I would like clearer direction on that, but I know that's not necessarily coming from you. I believe that's coming from the town, the city.
Okay.
Of how those are actually applied. So there was a lot of kind of guesswork on what we should go for.
I just wanted to provide a little bit of background on that since I'm familiar with it. So just in the past, city staff, it was basically the burden of the burden of the applicant to say what the green building standard was that they were utilizing. So there was a whole host of green building standards, but again, the burden of the applicant to prove what that was and why they were sufficient in gaining this bonus. So I think that would remain the case, that the applicant should present what they feel like that is, and then city staff certainly reviews it. I have seen it on projects before, just the past year or so. We certainly have utilized it. I think we have started discussing them more. Not just taking them as, oh, okay, so you're using that and no questions asked. I think we're talking about it a lot more. So that's the shift that I've seen.
I think the one thing, and I understand the burden on the applicant, and I would say there was a few things that I, like even, I'm a LEED certified professional, so I'm going through that and seeing how I could reasonably put that in application. Of course, then there's the question of enforceability. So like, let's say I could use Energy Star appliances, but how does that get applied during, let's say, permit review? And I don't, and so that's, I think I'm very open to more discussion about that. And like even things like, oh, it'd be nice to use recycled roof tile, but then there's the question of NOAs and things like that. So I think that as far as I can see as an applicant is easy ones to apply and enforce. It's usually all related to site work and landscaping. Those seem easy to enforce and easy to follow up on.
Did you discuss with your applicant removal of the carport as was suggested by Mr. Murphy at the last?
Yes, I did. And our client is very concerned about the usable scope.
About?
The usable scope. So the program of the building. So he thought it was important to retain that.
Okay. Okay, any further questions of the applicant? Thank you.
Thank you.
Do you have any public comment on this project? Oh, sorry, I'm skipping over you.
I
On
don't
to the
think I
staff
need to say
report.
much, yeah, I think we've already covered most of it. Good evening, Ann Hamilton presenting case number 24-23 for demolition and new construction at 301 Barcelona Road. As you just saw, the applicant covered this very thoroughly, so I'll be very brief. This is in the El Cid Historic District on the corner of Barcelona and South Olive. The existing building was built in 1948 and is non-contributing. It's shown here. Here are some of the nearby neighbors. The request is for demolition of the existing non-contributing structure of approximately 1,744 square feet and construction of a new two-story Mediterranean-style single-family residence of approximately 3,240 square feet. And that number may be from the old, so I think it may actually be slightly smaller than that based on what he just showed us. This was the originally proposed site plan and the changed site plan. The applicant has done a great job of showing you all of the changes that he made, so I'll run through this. First floor plan, second floor plan, front elevation, side elevations, and rear elevation. Here's the streetscape and the massing. We believe that this does meet all review criteria for demolition and does not represent an irreparable loss to either the El Cid Historic District or the City of West Palm Beach as a whole. It also meets the standards for new construction and are recommending approval with one condition. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions of staff? What are your thoughts on the carport?
I mean, I certainly think that the applicant is being creative in terms of how they can best utilize their available FAR space. Obviously, we offer that bonus for 50% if it is open on 2 or more sides. I don't know if the intent of the code was originally that all garages should be changed to carports, and then we're giving this bonus to everyone. However, I do think that the changes that were made to the building and the overall massing does, I think, lessen the impact of the carport. So I do think it's appropriate.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions of staff? Okay, now public comment. Any public comment? Okay, seeing none, we'll go into executive session. I just want to say, Mr. Murphy, I agree with your initial comments from the last meeting about the carport. I don't think it's appropriate for the style. I think you rightly pointed out it's a workaround in the code or a loophole, whatever you want to call it. And I think according to the new construction compatibility standards, that it causes the building to be out of scale in its, with its massing with the surrounding buildings. So I am not supportive of the carport. I think what you suggested, dropping the program to the first floor, would be much more compatible to the neighborhood. And I don't think that this is something the board should encourage, to have more new construction, especially in a neo-Mediterranean, whatever style you want to call it, to have an open carport attached to it. So that's just my opinion.
Well, as the person that at least started the conversation on the matter last month, I do maintain that I think it's goofy and it is not typical with the style. You're absolutely correct. Even when you have a carport, a porte-cochere, it's with a second floor portion above it, it's still to be a full drive-through to get to an accessory garage located in the rear of the property. And it certainly doesn't run the majority of the length of the house. So, that said, I do think that they have made programmatic, some physical changes to the front facade that soften it. And I still think I'd like to see more of the roof expression distinguished and lessened on that side. But no, I'm not a fan of the carport to nowhere.
Any further discussion?
In light of the carport, are there any further thoughts about what could replace that? You know, considering that this is a corner lot and obviously the setbacks are a lot different than if this were an interior lot. I mean, if that's the major sticking point or a sticking point, I think they were very thoughtful in their revision to the plans. But if that's the rub per se, how is that alleviated?
Well, I think, Mr. Murphy, your suggestion.
Well, I mean, there's a whole, Kristen, I'm sure, can rattle off 3 or 4 solutions. I mean, one is don't put a curb cut along South Olive. Use the existing curb cut, have it lead to an accessory garage that's located in the back, as historically it was. I'm really trying to get over the notion of the carport as this open structure, and trying to ask myself, would I dislike it if it was a garage? And I don't think I would dislike it as much if it was a garage, strangely, even though it's very close to the street facing. But, you know, I forgot about the green standard and them getting bonus. So, I mean, there's a lot of house here. And this, capitalizing on the green initiative and capitalizing on this being an exemption from full FAR or lot coverage, whatever it is, it does kind of, someone who regulates this all day long, 5 days a week, it does seem a little bit of a double dipping. But without an entire restudy, I don't really know what the solution is. I don't think, I said to explore the elimination. So I'm kind of feeling that the applicant has resolved it enough, but could still go a little further while still retaining the, I'm still okay with the retention of it due to the owner's desire for a covered vehicular structure. I don't think that's out of the realm of something that we should force them to do, and I think that eliminating that would cause quite a substantial restudy.
Well, I think you bring up a good point with referring to double dipping, because when the size, scale, and mass regulations were put in place 10 or so years ago, I don't believe that there was a green bonus. And so my concern is that that's already allowing new construction that's larger than was intended when those size, scale, and mass regulations were adopted. And I feel with the addition of the carport, that pushes it even further into making it feel overscaled for the lot.
I think that, you know, perhaps the issue really isn't the green building standard, right? It's the application of it. And what you're essentially saying is that the mass that is created by this 50% of the carport, it's not just that space that they're getting the 50% of. They have created a substantially greater volume on the site and changed the massing that you're talking about because the 2-story is above it. So I don't I don't personally feel like the carport itself is as problematic because I think it's somewhat reminiscent of some of the motifs of kind of like a drive-through entry. Not that I've seen so many in West Palm Beach, but I can think of a couple of instances in other places where there was kind of like a side entry, right? You drove through like a stuccoed facade, essentially like a site wall with an arch. And I think that it has that kind of influence about it. I think it's the second story mass which becomes problematic when you're considering the scale and volume and the context, particularly in association with the style itself. So because, you know, we're still discussing this, I think that working to find a way to extend that, I know that the applicant wants to keep a clean roof, and they have certainly studied this project for much longer than I have, but it seems like the solution is finding a way to push that the two baths that are upstairs, you know, find some kind of reconfiguration or pushing and pulling the mass. I mean, you know, Caleb, you guys do a great job. I don't think you need any kind of recommendations from me. I think it may just be going to the client saying that this is a requirement for the approval of this, if, you know, if we feel this is not meeting the compatibility standards.
Yeah, that's where I was going with it in terms of if lowering the roof would kind of distinguish it, even for kind of conceding that the carport is staying. I was trying to find another workaround, particularly right now, last month, and then in our private discussion, I asked them to study that.
So just to keep the conversation going, we have the one condition from staff. We also have a condition of the removal of the coins at the second story.
I don't know if anyone else agrees with that. I mean, that was just.
I think the applicant was open to it and revisiting the standards. I would, revisiting the precedent images that the applicant provided. I would be in agreement with them, but to help resolve and keep the applicant on their way, I feel like we could make a third condition that says that the one-story portion over the carport needs to be expanded. Do you think that that is sufficient guidance?
Do you think it's as simple as just pushing it back so that, you know, it's just the second floor is pushed back?
Well, I think the amount that it needs to be pushed back is about the length of a bathroom to resolve what we're talking about. And there's, you know, it's not a tremendously large plan.
James, question for you. If that carport turns into a garage, do you feel that if there was a garage door in a garage, that would be sufficient? And by doing so, bedroom one, if it's offset from the house as a detached structure, would that give you the right calculations?
I don't think they can enclose the garage. I think that's our conversation. They're using it to be exempt from the standard of FAR because it's open on two sides.
I get that, but when there's a detached structure, you typically will have more square footage utilization for the detached structure. So maybe that fit the parameters a little better.
Is it all right if the applicant proposes maybe some solutions that he might be open to, or
Yes.
would you prefer? Okay.
One solution that we wanted to consider was maybe combining bath 1 and bath 2 and make it a Jack and Jill. So that would probably push it back the depth of the shower. Maybe not the full depth of the bathroom, just with a circulation issue of the two bedrooms. So that would buy us some space. There may be room, I think we're over, let me just double check the math. I mean, I think we're over like 100 square feet. I don't know if that might save us 50 square feet, so we don't even need the FAR bonus, but that could be one solution. I mean, just throwing up things that maybe as conditions to push that back further. And I think maybe we can make that work.
So that would be about 5 feet run by 10 feet for the 50 feet, 50 square feet?
Yeah, I mean, look, those stalls are 3 feet wide, so really you're just buying that 3-foot difference and by, the full depth of the bedroom, which is, I think, 12 feet. So that's like 36 square feet. But it's still, pushing it back another 3 feet. I mean, we'll see I'd have to see if the depth of the bathroom would work, but maybe it would be, 3.5 feet. But then, yeah, over that long facade, it would push it back even further. I mean, and then another, just throwing it out there, I don't know if I know that there's two strains of thought here about the amount of development on the site versus how the port cochere is expressed. Making that a garage, I think we're still over the FAR, but then we're expressing it differently, and we're still under the bonus that. I think basically doubling the calculation of the square footage of the garage, we still should be okay with that. We get that 4% bonus based on the lot size. But maybe that's a bridge too far, but that's just another suggestion, is just change the expression of the carport to a garage.
Caleb, you're saying that with the green building standard bonus only, that you think that you would be in it by counting 100% of the carport by turning it into a garage? I just want to make sure I'm understanding.
I think so, because I got to look at the math. Because maybe even with both, we should be okay, because the garage is not that much square footage of the overall FAR. Yeah, so like you're adding 200, so right now it's calculated at 294 square feet, so you're basically adding another 294 square feet. So if it could be close. We might be able to get it right at the 4% over, if that goes as a garage, and then we go to a Jack and Jill bathroom.
And if you need a little bit of space, you might be able to just massage your
I
floor
think,
plan just a little bit
yeah, I
here
think
and
I
there
can.
to get it.
I think I can. I can try. Anyways, those, just throwing up some options to consider.
Thank you.
To be clear, you're carving away the second floor. You're not pushing it back.
Yes, pushing it to the west, carving away, eliminating that space. That's what I'm suggesting. Are we saying the same thing?
You're eliminating the volume on the second floor that the showers currently occupy,
Yeah.
which is 3 feet, give or take.
Yes, give or take.
And that would allow the carport to be enclosed?
Essentially, the loss of square footage on the second floor of the 3 feet plus whatever he has remaining in his green building standard bonus, between the math of the two of those, he would be able to enclose the garage about. He's saying he doesn't know 100%, but I think that just looking at the plan, I think there's enough give in certain areas to take away, 4 inches here, 4 inches there to get it. So I think that based on what the applicant is saying, that it makes sense that we could have the final condition or conditions be to eliminate the shower mass on the second floor and extend the first floor roof at that portion over it and convert the carport into a garage. We would be awarding the green building standard, which I think based on what he's listing, he certainly met. I think that, what he's listed been some of the stronger green building standard arguments that we've been presented with. But it sounds like the math would work while addressing our concerns.
I like that. I mean, it's setting our tone as well of, saying, we don't want that carport getting away with those. So I think it does set a nice tone, which might be.
Yeah, I surprisingly, I think it works better with a garage there. I mean, it's really kind of goofy as it is.
No, I think that works, and thank you so much for coming up with a solution on the fly, because we don't want to delay you another month either.
Just while we're on the conversation, Kristen, what do you think the garage door would look like, should look like?
I have something in my mind that's a little bit rustic. Let me just go back to the renderings the applicant presented. So I'll just say what I've seen historically within the district with styles that I feel like are most similar to this. We've only seen one actually original front door in this style, and it was just like slats. So it was not like a T&G. It was basically slats of Pecky cypress, right? Kind of 4 or 5 inches wide and just vertical. Mm-hmm. So I don't think we need to make it a condition, but Caleb.
Perfect.
Okay, so I think we're ready for 2 motions. I move that the Historic Preservation Board approve application number 24-23 for demolition in accordance with the demolition guidelines as set forth in the Historic Preservation Ordinance, Section 94-49 of the City Zoning and Land Development Regulations. The motion is based on the testimony presented, along with the application submitted and the staff report, which constitute competent substantial evidence.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. We have to make one more motion.
Sorry, I was pulling up the final,
That was just for the
staff
demolition.
recommendation. Okay. I move that the Historic Preservation Board approve application number 24-23 for new construction in accordance with the Secretary of Interior standards for rehabilitation, specifically standards 9 and 10, as well as the additional criteria set forth in the Historic Preservation Ordinance, Section 94-49 of the City Zoning and Land Development Regulations. The motion is based on the testimony presented, along with the application submitted and the staff report, which constitute competent substantial evidence. In addition, the approval of this request is made conditional upon the following restrictions, stipulations, and/or safeguards that I move are necessary to ensure compliance with the purpose and intent of the Historic Preservation Ordinance and the historic preservation element of the comprehensive plan of the City of West Palm Beach. The conditions include the following. 1, all windows shall have clear glass and OG muttons with low E coating permissible on non-street facing elevations only. 2, removal of the coins on the second floor. And 3, eliminate the volume of the showers on the second floor above the existing proposed carport and convert the existing proposed carport into a garage.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, motion carries. Thank you. Our next case is 24-34, 731 Canoga Drive.
All right, thank you very much. Good evening. My name is Jim Payne, architect. Here with my clients, Callan Alpar and Melanie Hill, and they have a neighbor that's going to speak in support, who's with them. This is 731 Canuga, and what we're seeking to do is add an accessory building, a two-story accessory building in the northeast corner of the site. There's an existing house that you see in the foreground of this rendering. 1,240 square feet, Mission Revival style. The lot is 50 by 125, and the addition is about 70 feet from the street, so it's pushed back, as you can see in the site plan. Also, there's an existing pool in the back garden, which they want to keep. It's a nice pool. And so the area available for the accessory building is in the northeast corner. It's a little bit narrow, but the building that we proposed leaves 800 square feet of FAR and about 150 feet of lot coverage unused, and still provides what they need, is really more space for a possibly growing family. They both have parents that visit, and they both work from home. So the program requires a cabana arrangement on the first floor, and then office space that they will both use, or one of them will use it at certain times, on the second floor, which is accessed by a exterior masonry stair, and which is visible from the front elevation. Furthermore, there's several site improvements to the existing front wall. There's some fencing to be added, but my next sheet is really the streetscape and subject property sheet. The top three pictures of the subject property rear garden. The four next pictures of the homes across the street. And then there's a streetscape on the north side where you see the adjacent neighbor to the west is a two-story house. The subject property here at the bottom is now, will remain as it is, a one-story house. And then the two-story addition is further back. There's a big two-story house being constructed 2 doors down at 721 Canuga. So that's the general neighborhood and streetscape. These are the plans of the building. The pool is shown, the edge of the pool is shown here. There'll be a kitchenette in the middle, a bedroom at the north side, a bathroom at the south side. There's the exterior stair. And the second floor plan is really just an open office with storage space on the south side and the open office in the north side. Elevations. The garden elevation, there's a small Juliet balconies proposed on the second floor, sliding glass doors here, an exterior fireplace. This is the bottom of the stair that goes up and turns at right angles to the door to the upstairs. And these are the east and north elevations, which include no windows for privacy toward the neighbors' properties, which are close by. And then this is another detailed front elevation that shows this site wall about 2.5 feet high now. We want to add decorative metal gate and access walk to the front door. We want to gate the driveway with the same style of fencing detailed below. And then further back, there'll be a pool security wall with a gate that leaves kind of a parking area before you get into the rear yard. This is just colored rendered elevations. Try to get them all on the screen here. I guess maybe that's close enough. And finally, the same, just a closer view of the same rendering that shows the repaired driveway with the Chicago brick, the gate system over the existing wall that needs a bit of repair, the existing main house, the new front walk with gate. So that concludes the presentation of the changes to the property. I know there's a couple conditions that were in the staff report. The one that we would like to maintain is the 9-foot ceilings, because the main house has 9-foot ceilings, and the spaces are not huge. It'll just add some volume to those usable spaces in the new building. The condition requiring French doors, we'd rather keep the sliders, even though they're not as historic as a French door. The building is tight to the pool deck, and the interior is small, so it just works better from a spatial standpoint. But we're not set in stone on that. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you. Questions of the applicant?
Yes. Are you reconstructing the front wall?
Not reconstructing it, just adding there's a few cracks and patches, and it needs some attention, but we're not changing the height of it, for instance, or the location of it. And we're adding, of course, the metalwork above.
The portion that's furthest away in the southeast corner, that wall is already higher than the wall that retains the yard?
Yeah, the neighbor's wall with the pot on the top, is that what you're talking about?
Well, that's that's not your property.
Yeah, that's that's part of the next house.
Okay.
That's kind of the property line right there.
What is the height, the
Yeah.
overall height, once you would add that ornamental metal on top?
To the top of the parapet?
No, to the top of the gate that we're talking about.
Oh, to the gate. I think the wall's a little more, I'd say 4 foot.
Okay.
We could limit it to 4 foot if that's a concern.
Are there any other properties in this historic district that have a sidewall like this and then railing on top?
I don't know for certain that there is a situation like that. I don't think in the immediate vicinity. In the whole historic district, there may be. Yeah, my clients have looked around more than I have. They feel that there is.
Can you, yes, if you could come up to the microphone and then state your name, we know your address, but for the record.
Hi, I'm Melanie Hill. So I would just like to say, one of our neighbors. So this one right here, 738, she has a fence, and then the street over, on Biscayne, I know that's actually where I got the idea. I'm happy to share a photo the next time I walk by, but yeah.
Good job.
Just two quick questions for you to tag on to that. This one that we're looking at, the bottom's kind of cut off, does this fence sit on top of a site wall as well, or is it just the fence?
So this one does not, but the one that I'm thinking of in my head that I don't have a photo That one does.
Okay, and this is new construction, the one that we're
Yeah.
looking at? Is the other one also new construction, or is it a historic property?
No, it was historic.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Thanks, Melanie.
Mr. Murphy, I didn't mean to interrupt your comments. I just wanted to ask mine about that wall.
I do want to point out, if you're in the same neighborhood, go along Georgia Avenue, you'll see several historic homes with site walls with the fencing on top of it. So take a stroll down Georgia Ave. Yep.
Thanks for the suggestion.
Yeah, I think the residence in question is at Biscayne and, I lost it here. Biscayne and Lake.
Any other questions of the applicant? I have a couple extra questions for you. Are there any other two-story accessory structures in your proximity?
That's another good question. I'm not sure of. Maybe Melanie knows more.
I can answer. Hi,
Accessory
I'm
structure.
Melanie Hill, same resident. So behind us, not directly behind us, but to the right, that's a two-story, I think that, actually behind this house, there's two-story accessory buildings. I
Behind
don't know
738.
Behind 738. Oh, you can answer it? Okay.
Introduce yourself.
Hi, everyone. I'm Callan Alpar, Melanie's husband. Directly behind our street, if you look right on the 700th block, there's 4 houses with 2. Right behind us, you can't actually see them in these photos. And then if you go across the street at ours, there's 3. Again, we're not showing them in these photos, but 2-story accessory structures are very common just in front and behind us.
Thank you. Another question for you. The square windows that you're showing on the front of the accessory structure, do those windows occur anywhere in the contributing property, or is that a new window configuration?
That's a new window configuration.
Would you be open to using a window configuration that's already present on the property?
Yes, we would. If you make that a condition, I don't think that would be a problem.
And then my last question for you.
Okay.
You might want to scroll to the site plan. It may be helpful just to look at. But I was wondering, just because of the site constraints is where the pool is located and the setbacks that you need to adhere to, did you look at dividing up your programming so that the massing isn't proportioned like this, so that you have the cabana on one side and then the guest room on the other, or was...
We looked at that, but we just lost so much space. I mean, we have such a limited area to start with that it cost us more space than we wanted to give up to break it up like that. But we did look at that, and talking with Ann in a meeting, leading up to as the project proceeded.
All right, thank you. We'll have the staff presentation at this time.
Okay. Thank you.
Good evening. Ann Hamilton presenting case number 24-34 for ad valorem pre-construction of a new accessory structure at 731 Canoga Drive. This property is located in the Flamingo Park neighborhood on Canoga Drive. Here's a photo of the existing home. Not much is changing to the existing portion of the property with the exception of that site wall. No alterations are being made to the house itself. The request is just for a new two-story accessory structure of 816 square feet. And as previously mentioned, the new site walls and gates. And the removal of a shed. However, I think we can all agree that that's a non-historic feature. This is the proposed site plan with the two-story accessory structure located to the rear. This is the proposed floor plan and elevations, including an outdoor fireplace, stairs up to a second floor, and sliding glass doors on the sides. This is the accessory structure in context of the existing main house and the proposed rendered elevations. And here's the home in context of the streetscape. A two-story accessory structure is, if not commonly found in Flamingo Park, certainly does have precedent. I can think of several. And there are other two-story homes on this street, so I believe the request is appropriate for a two-story accessory structure. We believe that this meets the review criteria for new construction and are recommending approval with 3 conditions. The overall height of the structure shall be lowered 2 feet for a total height of 20 feet to the top of the parapet. The sliding glass doors on the ground floor of the accessory structure shall be revised to either French or bifold doors, and all windows shall have clear glass, white or bronze frames, and OG muntins with low E permissible on side and rear elevations. And I do have one public comment that was provided by the applicant, a support letter from a neighborhood, which I can read now if you're interested. To whom it may concern, Melanie Hill and Callan Alpar have been my next-door neighbors at 731 Canoga Drive for 4 years. I could not have asked for better neighbors. They are conscientious, friendly, thoughtful, and considerate. Anytime they need something done on their house, AC repair for instance, they always alert me in advance. They clearly care about being good neighbors and are committed to the congenial culture of our wonderful Flamingo Park neighborhood. Melanie and Callan made me aware a while ago that they wanted to build a guest cottage in the rear of their property. I am completely in favor of this home improvement. While we love our historic homes, they do not always provide all of the space we require to accommodate our families and friends. I believe my neighbors have the absolute right to create additional space for their relatives to come visit and stay with them. Melanie has an incredibly tasteful eye for design, and they both take beautiful care of their home and property. I believe adding another structure to 731 Canoga Drive will increase the property value considerably for them and for all the homeowners on the block, and I trust this couple to build a structure that is in keeping with the architectural style of their house and our neighborhood. I have no doubt the guest cottage will be built with great quality and will tastefully enhance their property. Please approve this project for Melanie Hill and Callan Alpar. If I can answer any questions or provide additional context regarding my support, please contact me at, and then it's blank, or provides a phone number. Respectively, Michaela Kennedy, owner 735 Canoga Drive. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions of staff? All right. Was there any additional public comment? Ms. Skyer? Was there any public comment? Any cards?
Good evening. I'm Gail Alexander Howe. I'm of 730 Canoga Drive, and I'm looking at their house and loving it. I'm not an architect, but I can tell you it's lovely. It's beautiful. Aesthetically, it's great. I'm delighted that they're making arrangements for their parents so that, being a grandparent myself, I'm really happy that they're going to be having family come and visit rather than renting to, college kids or anything else. And I'll be keeping my eye on that. And I'm sure they will. I'm sure they will. And I encourage you to approve the project. Thank you.
Thank you. And if you did not fill out a public comment card, if you could do so, they're out the door, and provide it to the board secretary for record.
And then one additional comment from the applicant's presentation. I did want to mention that site wall and fence above it is capped by the zoning code at 4 feet since it's at the front of the lot, just for clarification.
And I'm sorry, that's a total height of 4 feet?
A total.
From sidewalk elevation, so that would be the retaining wall plus
Correct.
fencing, and that's within the required front yard.
Yes. 6 feet beyond that, but that is in the front yard, so.
Okay, and with that, we'll enter into executive session.
Kristen, I think that we kind of hit all of the points talking to the asking questions to the architect. At least my reaction. I'm fine with the second story addition. I'm sorry, with the 2-story accessory structure. There are others in maybe not the immediate vicinity, but in the neighborhood. I think the windows that are proposed fronting the street could be refined. But I'm struggling with the fence. I just think that it would change the character and introduce an element that doesn't seem harmonious. As the street raises and the grade changes, this wall goes from lower to higher, and there's a certain amount of harmony with those properties on both sides of the street that have this condition. This kind of retained yard, that I don't see any of these elements on the streetscape when I go. So that's the part that I'm having difficulty with. I'm okay with the sliding doors and the opening to the pool for the new structure, but I'm trying to get my head around the wall and the pickets on top of it. And also the determination of the vehicular gates, there needs to be something there, even if it's a column. And maybe columns could help. I'm not sure, but those were my comments.
Yeah, I mean, functionally, you do need a pier for that to terminate in, for them to actually work. So we need a provision for that amount of space. I think that, my reaction to that is that it's not something we would have seen historically, that those very small retaining walls really are character-defining features for the property. And the way that it, starts to divide the property and what feels like a severe nature, I think, is what I was struck by when I was looking at it. Would anyone else from the board like to weigh in?
With all the talk about stairs lately, how do you all feel about that front exposure to the staircase? Is that something that we can play off and embellish, or is that something that we'd recommend maybe hiding it and then giving it more of a light feature with bigger windows? Because we're talking about windows, kind of touched on the staircase. How do you feel about that?
We've certainly had this element that we've approved over, I'm trying to think of the last project that we saw that had a similar stair, but I know that we've had that kind of element before. I think it presents itself differently because you're seeing it straight on from the street, so your view receives it in a different way. And I think that the vertical nature of the structure itself, which staff made a comment about because they've created a condition to lower it by 2 feet, I think that that's played up because there's a vertical element that then draws your eye up it as well. So all that to say, I think that the element makes sense. It's, for me, it's the proportions of the structure itself that I'm not seeing precedent for, like, that proportion. I understand that there's precedent for the two-story structures. I also understand that there's site constraints, so that's what I'm struggling with.
Yeah, this is a really challenging lot here, and it's very slender. I think it's really important that these windows on the front facade are thoughtfully considered here, and I'd like to discuss it a little bit more.
When you say discuss it more, is it something you want to discuss now and provide provisions for, or you want to see it return for review?
Well, I think we should discuss it now. We were suggesting matching something similar on the main structure, and I'm not really seeing much from the rendering that we could duplicate here.
I think there's a 1/1 window that's on the rear that, well, that might proportionally work. I don't know that I have enough information. Unless I'm missing a drawing, I'm just scrolling through it right now. I'm not seeing enough information on the primary structure to know for sure. I think that it's more in keeping with the Secretary of Interior standards to not create a new configuration. I mean, particularly those, I'm not sure if they're fixed or casement. I'm sure I can look at the window and door schedule to find out, but it looks like the other windows tend to be 1/1s, single or double hung. So do you think a provision that it be a 1/1 single or double hung window would be sufficient guidance? Okay. Jim, is that sufficient guidance?
I was not here for, obviously, the whole presentation, but what were all the conditions you discussed?
We only have one in addition to staff's. And are you familiar with the staff?
Yes.
Okay. So the only additional condition that we currently have, that I've written down at least, is that those square window configurations present on the front of the accessory structure be replaced with a configuration that's presently present on the primary structure. So our discussion was a 1/1 single or double hung window. The other items that we discussed were mine and Mr. Murphy's reaction to adding a metal fence on top of that existing site wall, and then also just the overall proportions of such a slender two-story accessory structure.
Yeah, I think that was my reaction in reviewing this application. Is I understand the cost implications of wanting to keep the existing pool, but I feel like that's driving a design that's not proportionate. And I don't know how to resolve that, but I don't know if that's something that you discussed with the architect.
I asked about breaking up the massing to resolve the volumetric concerns that I have, and he essentially said that they were considered, but wanted to preserve the green space.
I think bringing down the height slightly would help somewhat, but I think it's still just as narrow.
Again, I don't think I have enough information on the existing one-story residence to fully understand the implications of what I'm about to discuss, but it also looks like there's there is room to do an addition to the existing one-story residence on the side versus in the rear, where there's currently hardscape. But I agree, I think the implications of trying to keep that pool are definitely driving a very odd volume of this. I mean, I know that we haven't, well, I cannot recall an accessory structure that's proportioned this way that we've approved.
This reminds me of another case we had on Washington Road not too long ago, where the pool was also driving the dimensions of the addition.
And if I recall correctly, we continued that project, and I think we approved it the second time around, once they had made some revisions.
I mean, could it be an L shape that wraps around the pool? Like, instead of having that front portion that I believe, is it a bathroom and a closet? Could that wrap around the backside of the pool? And would that help? I don't know.
I mean, I do think volumetrically, if you were able to, push that portion, eliminate that volume, we're not pushing it back, but eliminate that volume, to me, even though it's still kind of a skinny, long building, I think it substantially reduces the impact of that feeling of a volume that's not consistent with a historic neighborhood.
And when I initially looked at it, I was wondering if it could be on the back side of the house, but it doesn't seem like there's the same amount of space available.
I take a little bit of a different perspective. I've seen these one-story houses get an addition to it, a two-story addition to it, and it completely changes it. And although it may meet the guidelines or and zoning, it really alters the feeling of it. And this is detached. It keeps the one-story mission-style residence completely free and clear. I do think the proportions are very awkward. It's kind of like this skinny mini. And I also wonder, Kristen, wouldn't it be better siting to be on the other side of the pool to capitalize on sunlight in your pool on the western side? Sunrises, like this pool's going to be in the shade all day, but what I'm getting at is using the one-story house to kind of block the skinniness of the house, so you would just see a two-story addition projecting above. But we're probably looking at a deferral. The one thing I have to stress is I'm really not amenable to this fence treatment in the front yard. I'm having more of a problem with that than the proportion of the accessory structure.
And if I recall correctly, at least from my time on the board, I don't recall us approving a two-story additional structure with a one-story existing, one-story original structure. I may be mistaken, but I don't. I think this is...
It's a rarity, but
right.
we do it on occasion, and there are actually some historic examples
right.
In the neighborhood. I think more in Grandview Heights than in Flamingo Park, but obviously they're in very close proximity.
Well, that alone could be a task for the architect, is to do a neighborhood study showing whether two-story in the immediate area, and look at that proportion so that they could provide us with more evidence so that we could support their proposal.
Right, I feel like more context would be really beneficial. Just also looking at the plans, I think that there are certain efficiencies that could be created. Like, I think that what I'm looking at is at least an 11-foot long bathroom with a closet, stacked above it. I don't think that those volumes are so incredibly important to the program that the applicant is trying to accommodate. So I think there are ways to get that kind of program in the space by reconfiguring it. And maybe also some of it is just repositioning how that stair expresses itself so it's not jutting out, if it curves around the building and kind of goes back, or you push it towards the rear so that you can, so that maybe the stair is what helps create the L so that volume is there. But I know it's a tough site. Our board is trying to make sure that it's fitting the historic neighborhood and the volume and the massing and the compatibility requirements.
I understand the problem with the
You cannot, we're in executive session. Thank you. So I think we've had a lot of discussion. If someone other than me could make the motion, I think since Amanda passed the gavel to me, I'm unable to do so.
And what's the next June meeting date?
I believe it's the 25th, but it is June 25th.
25 or 26?
25.
25. Okay, I'll make a motion that the application is deferred for 1 month to the June 25th, 2024 meeting to follow direction by the board and provide more contextual evidence demonstrating similar two-story structures in the immediate area as well as the fencing or alternatives based on our design direction.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Right, the motion carries. We'll see you next month.
Our next case is case number 24-29, 319 Valencia Road.
Good evening, everyone. Appreciate your time and attention as always. I'm here tonight to discuss actually a variance situation. This project originally came past the board in 2022 and most recently attempted to get a CO the beginning of this year. A comment was issued from the engineering department requesting that we clarify the curb cut type that was used and explain what happened to the driveway and show the required 3-foot setback that the city of West Palm Beach requires. I believe that at some point someone either misinterpreted or misunderstood what they were supposed to do, and the wheel strips were built wider. The curb cut was actually built to match the neighborhood. I'm going to briefly take you through what ended up occurring. I would like to note that originally I had requested a variance for both the curb cut and the wheel strips, but I was advised that the curb cut's a little bit, I guess, apparently outside the board's jurisdiction, but I do feel that this element is important to the characteristic of the neighborhood. So whether or not the board has final say, it may be great to get your support, or potentially maybe after Ann or Ben hears your comments on the matter, they might feel obligated to have a conversation with engineering in regards to keeping what was done here in interest of keeping the harmony of the street. So here we have the original survey from 2020. I will point out that you will see that there was an accessory structure back here. Unfortunately, this was left dilapidated and structurally deficient. It was approved to be removed. The original driveway parking space that I'm kind of circling back here is the reason why I'm really pulling this up. You'll note that it does go right to the property line. You will see the wheel strips, and you will see an incorrect representation of the curb cut style. The wheel strips didn't go to the street. There's no such thing as this type of curb cut. That's not what is there or ever was there. So I'll continue. This is an important picture. This is the 2016 Google Street View. Note the radius type curb cut that appears here and the wheel strips. Most importantly, I will point out that not on the survey is the stepping stones. Obviously, at some point, someone struggled with the functionality of the wheel strips. When you drive off the wheel strips into soft dirt, the grass fades, you get mud. Someone attempted to widen them with pavers, which didn't appear on the survey. I have a feeling this is part of the reason why they were built wider than they were supposed to be. They occur on both sides. Even though it's difficult to see, I think that when the person who was doing the work uncovered the pavers, potentially misinterpreted that he was supposed to match what he saw. So there's another picture here from 2020, again with the wheel strips and the pavers on both sides. This is the original plot plan title sheet that was turned in for the accessory structure. I will note that while we knew we were reconfiguring this rear driveway, we did specifically mention that we would like at least a 2-foot hold on the green space strip. Our drawing did actually note that the driveway was existing to remain. However, the proposed survey that was turned in and approved calls out the wheel strips to be replaced. The landscape architect's plan shows new wheel strips with a paver pattern as illustrated here. This was the hardscape plan that was produced by the landscape architect showing new wheel strips. It's important to mention that even if they were replaced as is, it would have still required a variance because we don't have that 3-foot green space to the side. This is a quick picture of the as-built conditions before I continue on. Again, this is the one element that I'll briefly go through that I'm kind of asking your help for. I've tried to contact the engineering department. They've not responded to me on this matter, so I'm a little bit stuck here. Here is the standard West Palm Beach curb cut. On this street specifically, it really speaks to the commercial aspect of the neighborhood. This is on the street. This is a few doors down. This is, again, the standard with the splayed side. Again, the other adjacent commercial property, which is about 3 doors down, having that typical West Palm Beach standard curb cut. As you head down the block, and it is specific to this block, it doesn't go all the way down to Flagler, but you'll see numerous examples of the radius curb cut. This is what was, if you recall the 2016 photo, what was there. This is what was replaced. The engineering department is asking us to change it. I honestly kind of think that's a mistake because we would be out of character with the rest of the neighbors. This is an example of another new construction project that also is currently attempting to implement this different style curb cut. Here's another one. This one is on Valencia. This will bring me to the specific variance request that we have here today, which, to clarify, the required green space is 3 feet. We only have 6 inches. I'm not offended by what was done. I do see it around the neighborhood. I don't think it's unfair that we be granted this variance, and I'm going to show you a quick. I found over 30 examples of this. I only studied Valencia, and the street to the north, Granada, and the street to the south, which was Sunset. There were more than enough examples. I narrowed it down to just a few for you guys. So this one here, again, you could see the neighboring structure. This is clearly their landscape. This person is way less than 3 feet. You'll find a lot of examples like this. On the left-hand side, those pavers run directly to a wall, so that's a 0 lot line driveway. 0 lot line driveway to a wall. 0 lot line paver driveway to a fence. Double 0 lot line driveways to a wall. Again, maybe 1 foot separates these two driveways. Rather than show more examples of 2 driveways next to each other, here is 349 Granada, less than 3 feet to that fence there, and notice how it's all filled with gravel rather than grass because of the difficulty. Again, this relates back to the situation where these homes were built during a time where the automobile wasn't as prevalent and they were a lot smaller, so maybe it was easier to get back to the accessory structures that were there, but in this day and age it's becoming more of a difficulty. Here's another example of 0 lot line driveway, wheel strips to a wall, and a very similar home. I think this one has maybe a foot or two to the property line, but again, it's just portraying this tight condition that a lot of these historical homes struggle with needing to get to the carriage house or accessory structures that were in the rear yard. While we are talking about a little bit of a fault here with the wheel strips, I would like to point out that the contractor did excel in other areas. He did a fantastic job preserving the existing historical roof tiles. All of the windows were removed, refurbished by Austin Historical and reinstalled. They look fantastic. There's a stucco feature on the front of the home that was maintained. They redid, this is a picture of the windows, the Pecky Cypress ceiling was kept. They really went above and beyond to preserve a lot of the house. It is unfortunate that we do have this condition with the wheel strips and the curb cut, and we are basically here to request to maintain what we have. Again, I do feel that it is in character with the neighborhood, and I don't really see too many issues with it.
Thank you. Questions of the applicant? So did you say at the time of the original application you asked for this variance?
No. Our actual original drawings just had the wheel strips to remain. So the landscape architect and surveyor both showed them to be replaced. And I mean, this is usually one of the last things that happened on the project, so it kind of just got finished and we were notified when they got a comment.
And this was originally a double lot that was split, correct?
I do believe that is true, yes.
Is that natural grass in between the drive strips, or is that artificial turf?
I'm actually glad you brought that up. That is natural grass, and I also thought it was thoughtful that the owner, instead of requesting to try to do a full driveway, just kept the wheel strips as was original to the home.
And the 3-foot setback is from the furthest edge of
The 3-foot setback would come from the property line, which is pretty much the left-hand side of this drawing. If we had to do the 3-foot setback, we would only have 7 foot, 6 foot to the house. So that's smaller than your standard parking stall, which is 8 feet. It'd be really difficult to get back to the rear accessory structure, which does have a garage in it. The wider the driveway is, the easier maneuverability is. However, to give the owner 7 foot 6, I don't find that really to be feasible.
Any further questions of the applicant? Thank you.
Good evening. Ann Hamilton presenting case number 24-29 for a variance for a driveway side setback at 319 Valencia Road. This property is in the El Cid Historic District and was previously heard by this board for their renovations a few years ago, which are now coming to a close. The request is for a driveway side setback variance from section 94-482 D2 of the city's zoning code. This requires a 3-foot minimum side setback. At the narrowest location, according to the applicant survey, they're requesting a 0.4-foot side setback, which would require a 2.6-foot variance. This is an image showing the original driveway conditions prior to the renovations and the current driveway conditions, which are being requested to be legalized on the right. Here's the previous survey, and the new survey, as you can see, the tire strips were widened. However, in their original configuration, they were not compliant to today's code. Unfortunately, the survey does not provide the actual measurement of that dimension, but it's fairly clear that it's larger than what exists in the as-built conditions. We are recommending approval with a condition based on the finding that the petition meets 10 of the 10 variance standards. The recommended condition is that the applicant shall reconfigure the driveway to ensure that the driveway is no closer to the side property line than in their historic configuration as shown in their original application. This shall result in a driveway that does not meet the current code requirements of a 3-foot setback, but increases the side setback from the as-built condition to a minimum of a 2-foot side setback. And this came about because, as the applicant indicated, it would be very difficult to get a car through that space. The minimum parking width for a small car in the city of West Palm Beach standards is 8 foot. More standard, we look at probably more like 8.5 foot by 18 as a parking space. So that is probably the minimum that would be required, but it is smaller than the requests that they are making for the variance. So here are the variance standards that this complies with. E would be the one in contention that it's the minimum requested. We believe that this would comply as long as the added condition is followed, given that the side setback would be increased while not compliant. And it does comply with all other standards. Thank you.
Questions of staff?
And there are existing driveways at a zero setback.
Correct, yes. I think the applicant did a good job of showing some of them.
Did you hear from the abutting property owner?
I did, yes. And I don't believe they're in support. I would say that they do feel that the side setback is a bit closer than they'd like it to be.
And were they aware of the recommendation, the condition?
The applicant or the...
Sorry, the neighbor.
The
that's
neighbor
next
was
to
not.
them.
The neighbor reached out when public notices were mailed, when the staff report had not been written.
Thank you.
I do have multiple comment cards for this case. So, Anne, I think if you could just be prepared to answer any questions about the condition.
Absolutely.
For anyone who wants to speak on it. Any further questions of staff? Okay, thank you. So we'll move on to public comment. New McCleary. Either one.
Hi, good evening. My name is New McCleary. I live at 321 Valencia, so I am said neighbor that will be greatly impacted by this variance. Obviously, we're here to oppose it. My husband and I moved to El Cid 12 years ago. We've completed renovations and enhancements. all of which we've done with prior approval before completing any work. We love our neighborhood and we love El-Cid and our home. When construction started 2 years ago, we were excited to see another historic home be revived. We quickly learned that the owner and the contractor did not care about being conscientious and thoughtful about how their work impacted our home and our neighborhood. We've had to deal with trash on the property along with the street, plus a laundry list of damages to our home that have not been rectified. As we stand here today, there is a gate post 2 feet within our property that's there without our approval that the builder and owner have put on our property. You'll hear from my husband. He has photos that he'll share with you, but I'm asking for you not to set a precedence that contractors disregard the rules and the codes and build first and then ask for permission later. Is very clear that this was intentional to widen, which will greatly impact the east side of our house. And I would advocate for the driveway and the cutout to be returned to its pre-construction location, which was already tight in a historic neighborhood, but that's what I'd like to see happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Robert McCleary.
Hi, thanks for your time. I'm Robert McCleary, and I own the house next door on said property line. I have a couple of drawings I'd like to hand out. The progression through the construction, the original driveway cutouts, and where we stand today. Just quickly to go through these pictures, the top left, you can see the driveway pre-construction, generally the same that the architect presented. The second picture is the driveway under construction that the builder has put the driveway in before the cutout. You can note, if you look in the picture, you can see their stake with the property line from their survey, which my measurement was between 6 and 8 inches, but according to the architect is 6 inches from the property line, so they kind of knew what they were doing. If you look to the next picture, you can see the driveway after it's installed with the original sidewalk cut out. So you can see they've clearly moved expanded the driveway east into our property, or towards our property line. The lower left picture is just a little illustration of how they've widened the driveway and expanded it closer to our property line. I've had the property surveyed, and my measurements from the original property line after talking to the Historic Planning Board it was 33 inches from our property line originally, so it didn't meet code. It wasn't quite 3 feet, but it was pretty darn close. And that worked for my neighbor for over a decade, and we were fine with that. It seems a little disingenuous the way it looks right now. If you look at the next picture, the house is currently for sale. There's an LLC that owns it, and they're selling it. And you can see in the second picture, obviously the property stakes were taken away, and this is the current condition. If you see the stake in the picture, that's a survey that I paid for to show the property line. It kind of is a little deceiving to somebody who might purchase the property thinking that the grass on the west side of the driveway is their property line. That's not. The next picture is just a tape measure from the stake in the survey that I paid for. And I estimated it was about 8 inches from the property line. If they say it's 6 inches, that's true. I did move the stake onto my property, so it is a little bit over, so that the current property owner would not remove it. And then the following picture shows, looking at the street, where my property line is and where the current LLC and builder have brought the property line. So I would respectfully ask you to deny the variance and certainly consider the the planning reviews considerations, but again, it was at 33 inches, which is just a hair under 3 feet, 6 inches short, or 3 inches short, and I think that's where it should go back to. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next card is from Rick Headland, but he does not wish to speak, so I'll read his comment into the record. He's opposed to the variance request. The contractor owner has not completed work with good faith, damaged Robert's property without payment, used Robert's property for staging material, placed gate post 2 feet inside Robert's property, and did not apply for variance up front, but are requesting forgiveness from omission, error, or ignorance of code. And then our last card is for Catherine Strickler.
Hi, I'm Catherine Strickler. I live at 310 Valencia, which is directly across the street from New and Rob's property, and the 2 properties that were just built in that lot was subdivided. I just generally think you have to be a good neighbor and can't do anything after the fact. It should be good to have meetings with your neighbors before you start construction, and you can reasonably work things out thoughtfully. I think that that's an easy thing to do, and it should have been done in this case instead of encroaching on New and Rob's frontage, and so I oppose. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further public comment? Okay, would you like to have a rebuttal? No? Okay. So we'll go into executive session.
And could you just pull your condition up on the screen for reference? Thank you. Thank you.
And just one point of clarification, as far as approving or denying the variance, to deny the variance would essentially mean that they couldn't put the driveway back to where it was before because they've now destroyed it. It's no longer a legal nonconformity, so you would have to approve the variance for it to be located in its previous location, just to clarify.
May I ask another question of staff?
Yeah.
So it seems like there's a discrepancy between the 2 feet that I know that you're approximating from images and from surveys that can inherently be a little fuzzy. But you're essentially saying that there was a minimum of, or there was a 24-inch side setback previously as your kind of guesstimate. And then we just heard from one of the neighbors that based on the surveys and the information they have, feel like it was a 33-inch setback.
And to that I'll say it's very difficult to estimate from a Google Street View without actual measurements. So if the neighbor has, documentation of that, I would like to see it, because what I am really going off of is eyeballing it.
So it looks like to put it back in its original configuration would require a variance of 3 inches.
I'm confused by why we would have to grant a variance to restore. I understand it's no longer extant, but I mean, this happens, that things get demolished, and we don't normally need to agree that there's a hardship to bring something back to its prior nonconformity. That's what I'm just confused why there needs to be a variance at all, why they can't just have to put back what was originally there.
So that is essentially how the zoning code works, is you have a nonconforming condition. Typically we'll tell people you have a nonconforming driveway. You can build on top of that nonconforming driveway. You can repair it. But as soon as you remove that driveway, as soon as you've, say, altered it to be larger or something like that, the previous nonconformity no longer exists.
it's a legal fiction we use to protect legal nonconformities while they're existing, but once they go away, you don't want them to come back, so that's how you deal with it under the law.
Sorry, go ahead.
But I thought they were asking to keep what was there, and that's why they needed a variance.
They're asking to keep what was there. My condition is to put it back to roughly where it was, which either way does require a variance.
Right, either way.
Either way, to deny the variance.
Because they're going to be in the setback, and that's what they need the variance from.
To deny the variance would mean that they would have to come up with a plan that would need to meet the current 3-foot side setback.
So if we're going based on the measurements of the nearby property owner, that would be 3 inches
Correct.
that they would lose from historically what was there.
Correct.
And are they gaining any additional rights by granting of this variance?
Well, yeah, because they're getting a variance. They're getting something that other people in the neighborhood can't take advantage of unless they got a variance. They're getting less than what they have if you grant it with Ann's condition, but yes, essentially.
Another question. If they replaced, like actually just replaced it in kind, because that's a demolition and then a replacement, does that require a variance?
No, because it's a replacement in kind. So if they had taken the pavers that were existing there and they had placed brick pavers over top of them, we would have considered that a legal nonconformity still, because it would have been the existing driveway just added on top of, or updated. But as soon as they ripped up that pavement, that nonconformity is now gone.
But if they ripped up that pavement and then put the exact same thing back down, like with
Strictly
no
speaking-
change, does that require a variance?
Strictly speaking, yes, it would.
Interesting.
I know, that's where I'm confused.
Does the driveway lead to a garage in the back?
It does, yes.
It does.
As the applicant stated, it's not the original garage. The original garage was in a different location and was demolished and rebuilt in a new location. However, I don't believe that were the garage to be in its original location, that essentially this driveway, or the original driveway, would, it wouldn't make much of a difference.
I think it was also mentioned that this was part of a lot split.
Yes, however, the split-off portion of the lot was on the other side. So if I can show you. So this property was split off. So the original driveway has always been in this location. They originally had a much larger side lot that was then split off, and now it is a 50-foot wide lot.
And I'm sorry, I'm just trying to remember all the facts of this project. The accessory structure, that's original? Or is that new?
I don't believe it is, no. I believe it was, the original accessory structure was removed, and a new one was constructed. And based on the survey, it shifted from essentially the east side of the lot to the west.
But that new structure doesn't accommodate interior storage of a vehicle. That looks like impossible.
According to the architect, it does, so I'll defer to him. This was not my case originally, so I have to say I don't, I didn't do the original review on this, so I'm coming at this after the fact, but I believe it does house a vehicle of some kind.
So with the original location of the accessory structure, there was sufficient turning radius for that to function
Clearly.
as a garage. And so it's a self-imposed hardship by the lot split and the relocation of the accessory structure.
I view it the same way.
What's the recommended distance? 33 inches? That's what staff's recommending?
Well, it was 33 inches to put it back where the edge of it was historically, based on the neighbors' comments. Right, and then code is 36.
And it needs to be 36 inches to be variance-free.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, regrettably, the consequence is going to be a really muddy condition for the neighbor and for the front yard aesthetically, because the tires will rip it up.
If they make it smaller.
If they make it smaller to comport with the staff recommendation or even with the deny the variance.
I mean, since the historic configuration is no longer there, should it remain a ribbon driveway? Should they have to go forward with no variance and just put in a normal driveway? Because then you wouldn't have that issue, right?
Right.
With it ripping up the grass.
Well, there's only about 11 feet between the building and the property line. Add a 9-foot car.
I should also add that for pavement itself that is not used as a driveway, so say in a rear yard, you can go up to 2 feet. So say a pool deck, or a pavement surface even that someone was parking on that's not a driveway, is by code allowed to be 2 feet as long as it's not considered a driveway, essentially. So I don't know if a condition could be that at the beginning it needs to be the 3 feet and then they can jog to be the 2 feet closer, but that is also a factor.
Melissa, what is the course of action for a applicant if they were denied having a variance? Is there a zoning board of appeals? Is there a board of adjustment? Does that go to city commission?
Rick Green, Development Services Director. Yes, there is a zoning board of appeals, but because this board has has jurisdiction, your vote would be final.
Except in circuit court.
Correct. Circuit court would be the next option. I'm sorry. And reminded me, of course, like any decision of the Historic Preservation Board, they could appeal to the City Commission. That would be the next step.
Even a variance, they can appeal to city commission?
I believe so. Yep.
Well, it's either a 3-inch variance or a denial, right? That's what we're looking at. Those are the two options. Put it back the way it was and get a 3-inch variance. Or for a self-imposed hardship.
I feel in principle, giving them a right to something just because they exceeded the scope of their approvals and are retroactively asking for approval, I feel like is antithetical to why this board exists. And so I would not be supportive of approving the variance, but I don't know what everybody else feels about that.
I think we also need to be mindful too. I'm looking at the photos. I'm looking at the bottom right, new driveway 8 inches from property line. With all things considered, we still need to be discussing the variance. But at the end of the day, if this green space is still on the owners to the other side of the street, who's taking care of the grass? You know, if we're going to deny the variance and they have to redo it, I don't know what that outcome is going to be. Who's going to take care of this grass? There's clearly property that the neighbor has. Are they taking care of that grass? I mean, these are things that, like, it's lots of things to discuss. I don't think we're the ones to discuss that, but we have to be mindful of that's technically not their grass. That's then, if this is accurate, then it's the neighbor's grass. Do they have to take care of it?
Of course.
See?
I also think it's important to keep in mind that the neighbor is opposing the variance. Someone like to make a motion?
I move that the Historic Preservation Board deny application number 24-29, a request by Walter Hyde on behalf of 319 Valencia Road for LLC for a variance from section 94-482D2 of the Zoning and Land Development Regulations, which requires a driveway to have a 3-foot minimum side setback in the historic single-family, high-density SF14C3 residential zoning district at 319 Valencia Road. The applicant is requesting a 0.4-foot side setback, thus granting a 2.6-foot setback variance. The motion is based on the testimony presented along with the application submitted and the staff report, which constitute competent substantial evidence. The Historic Preservation Board finds that the applicant has not presented competent substantial evidence of record that all 10 criteria required by Article 2, 94-38D6 have been met for the variance.
You may also want to add, I have heard you mention that you think that the hardship is not self-imposed. You might want to mention if you find that was not met as a specific criteria, to put that into the record.
And can you pull up the findings of fact? There's I see the 3 that are in front of us. Can you scroll to the other ones? Will you go back one? Oh. Do we have those in our packet that I could pull up?
I believe you do, yeah. So it starts on page 297 of the packet. Attachment A for variance standards.
How do I see what page I'm on?
You want, are you reading all of them or just?
No, there's a specific one. Right, and then there's also a minimum condition of connection.
Oh, here, this one?
Yeah. So 1 is E, minimum request. The variance granted is the minimum variance that will make possible the reasonable use of the land, building, or structure. We find that it does not comply. Ms. Schuyler, will you scroll to the other one?
Do you need to say why it does not comply?
Do we need to say why it does not comply? Because we feel that reasonable use of the site can be made without granting of the variance.
I think that's sufficient for you to say what you have said.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll also just add H, reasonable use. The property cannot be put to a reasonable use which fully complies with the requirement of this code. And same as the above, we find that it does not comply because reasonable use can be made of the property without the granting of the variance.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion carries. The variance is denied. Thank you. Our next case is 24-30, 220 Plymouth Road.
Good evening, everybody. I'm Dr. Russell Rosicki, architect, representing the interest of Alicia and Naveen, the owners who recently purchased 220 Plymouth Road. Here you're seeing a photo of the front of the home. This is a mission revival. We're proposing an interior renovation, a 605 square foot rear addition with a 300 square foot single-story rear accessory structure. The first slide here just brings you into perspective at a macro scale. The property is pointed with the arrow, is quite small in context with its surrounding structures, whether they be designated or not. The existing home is a 2-story. It's 2,159 square feet. With a building footprint of 1,107 square feet. Lot size 5,952, so it's a somewhat smaller lot. Here's a picture perspectively, and I'll just let you hone in on the house here being pointed out with this arrow. What I'd just like to mention is homes directly adjacent, even 2 lots over are, and the next lot over are elongated. Front to back. You can see this home starts kind of at the same frontage and is wide stretching, elongated north-south. Same with this home, and then separates for a detached structure. And then the home to the east of it is largely elongated as well. You're seeing the continuous or the continuity of the flat roof here that's depicted in gray. Uniquely, this home is more rectilinear in its shape in comparison to other missions that are 2 stories. Here's a few more pictures just to allow you to see the existing home currently. Uniquely, I'll just point out that all elements that you see in these photos, with exception to this rear addition, which was done at some time, I'd assume 30 years or more prior. You can see kind of a shed roof pitching down over that second story. There's an open space directly below, but again, this portion is not original. The original home starts from this point with the cursor and then kind of follows the parapet line with the original fireplace there, original flanking doors to that fireplace, and what appears to be all original window locations. All the windows have been previously replaced with impact-rated windows with these vertical muntins. This is a close-up of the front door, and I'd like to ask for guidance or opinion on 2 elements here, which we can talk about further as I show the proposed design. But this is new to me, so again, seeking guidance from the board with respect to these, what I'll call side light windows. Right now, you're actually looking at tile. Someone actually put tile over glass block. I do have reason to believe that this front single-story element is original in its depiction in terms of its stucco facade and it being an enclosed element, but there's these stripes that are adjacent. The owner would actually prefer to close them up if board agrees, but right now our plans do show it in keeping them. And also these coins, if we can also get secondary feedback on that as well. You're looking at an original barrel roof. I've inspected the underside of this roof to see that this was an enclosed conditioned space at all times, at least the way it was framed. Okay, here's a perspective view looking northwest at the rear of the property. You're seeing the original structure kind of end at this corner here, and where this was added on is right where this kind of line and discontinuity of stucco is. So again, this two-story portion that we're proposing to infill is not original. Our addition is an extension moving south on the property in the rear yard, which would encompass this view. So we'd be extending 11 feet out from this rear facade that you see currently. I wanted you to have a photo at least to see this side yard, which is a pre-existing non-conforming setback. We're proposing our addition to step in on this west face for two reasons. Obviously to comply with the 5-foot setback, but also to help distinguish the addition from the original. It allows us to make use of what is a small alleyway for an outdoor access to a utility closet. Here's a rear structure which is no longer present. The previous owner had, or maybe the current owner, someone had removed this at some point in time, but this was not contributing. It was a shed at the back of the home. This bean-shaped pool actually gets removed for a more rectilinear pool that finds its place at the southwest side. Our detached structure, single story, would occur at the southeast side. Our proposed addition cannot be essentially viewed from the street unless from the northeast perspective looking southwest. So that would be like if you were on the street or over here looking in this direction to get a view of it. Architecturally, we intended for this design to be an elongation of the home without expanding the width of the home and without taking or imposing on the quaint character of the front facade. The home in its width is existing at 28.1 feet. It would remain at that dimension or smaller as proposed 25.4 feet is the width. Again, you can see the 11.9 feet being added on for the two-story portion. The detached structure being 300 square feet is rather small in its size as well. It's way back on the property, so it, in our opinion, doesn't give you a strong read, or at least, we could have added on to the side of the home at the east side, but we had chosen not to. We could have made the two-story addition larger without the detached structure, but we chose not to. The detached structure was a part of our program, and it actually, I think, helps this design and property. What I'll just talk about real quick so that we touch on it, because I know the subject was brought up earlier. We are requesting a green design special exception, and we are utilizing a detached structure bonus for the project. Our proposed floor area ratio is 0.525, so we are requesting to expand the floor area. We are in compliance with building footprint without any special exceptions. Our green design strategies are to utilize Energy Star appliances, provide a minimum 20 SEER mechanical system, which is ultra efficient. It's more than 25% more efficient than the minimum 16 SEER required by code. All flat roofs are going to be specified to have a high solar reflective index. of a 78 or higher, so that means you can actually coat the existing roof with a very reflective coating to reduce solar heat gain on the roof envelope. All light fixtures are to be high-efficiency LED lamps, toilets to be low-flow water consumption. This would be both on our main architectural plans, but also on the plumbing plans for specification. The lavatory sinks would have low flow faucets as well. Now, these look and operate the same as any other fixture. They just aerate the water a little bit more so that you get the feel as if it's more gallons per minute coming out of the faucet itself. Shower heads would have be high efficiency of 2 gallons per minute. And this next concept is something we're going to make mention of, but it's essentially not something that you could, I suppose, follow up on. But we're going to say that the owner will make reasonable attempts to source materials and finishes from local providers. Fiberglass bat installations shall fill all ceiling cavities, and this would be loose fill blown in, allowing the building to still breathe. And same with walls that are opened up on the inside, the cavities would be filled with fiberglass bat insulation. Foil face insulation will be used on the interior side of furring strips on concrete block wall assemblies to achieve R4.2 or better. And then this one I think is unique, and I want to start using it more often because we're talking about clear glass on historic structures. As much as we say forward-facing or street-facing, I think even side-facing windows should be clear glass, in my opinion. But you have this unique issue with energy efficiency and solar heat gain on that glass and on the finishes you're putting in the home. So I think shading from using awnings or treatments is another strategy to reduce solar heat gain on clear glass.
I think when you look at historic images of these houses, they almost all had awnings, and so I'm happy to see you bring that back.
Yeah, thank you. And
I think it was effective. There was a reason why they used them.
It was effective. It's a necessity in my opinion, and I've been at a loss with just the loss of low E and low E glass or tinted glass, and obviously you don't get the good color quality looking out, and also the importance of maintaining clear glass. So I'll just bring you through the floor plans here. A lot of the demolition is occurring at the rear portion of the home in order to allow for that two-story addition to take place. The interior is being renovated, but we are essentially maintaining most other than what gets impacted by the addition, exterior windows and doors. The proposed design expands again off of the existing facade, rear facade by 11.9 feet, or otherwise 11 feet 11 inches. Which allows for the kitchen to be in its same current place today, but just expanded. It's a very small kitchen. And then to allow for a family room, which is essentially a missing element in the home. The second story allows for a renovation, which actually maintains bedroom locations currently where you see them, but expands upon this rear bedroom, which was currently the master, but it allows it to be more fit out for a proper master suite with walk-in closet and bathroom. And you're seeing the jog in from that that side non-conforming location where this cursor is. Okay, for your comparison, existing front facade, proposed front facade, there's no changes, but again, we'd like to request these coins be removed and these stripes at which I'm calling side lights. You do see a faded depiction of the guest house structure beyond. You'll see a west elevation here with the comparison of that 11-inch addition. We recognize the staff's recommendation to differentiate the parapet by dropping it another 6 inches, and we agree with that condition. For the addition to be distinguished parapet and roof line from the main existing home. The side view shows what is a profile cantilever balcony and bracket arm with roof overhang. The detached structure does pay tribute to the mission style, and we would have a tile applied and affixed in a diamond pattern above the doors. The doors we're proposing for the home for the modified areas, and as you see them here, are French bifold. And the new doors actually have a different muntin pattern than the old windows intentionally. Some doors actually do have cross muntins in them. I do believe that there was kind of a mix between muntin patterns on this home, so we played off that, but all new proposed windows and doors actually have a cross muntin, with exception to the second-story windows that you're seeing up here, which are consistent with the existing second-story windows that follow through. And you're seeing the elevations for the single-story rear detached structure here, the roof plan, and a cross-section. Just to say it out loud, because I know sometimes it's asked, the existing ceiling height is 9 feet. We'll be matching that. The existing second-story ceiling height is 8'10". We'll be matching that. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions of the applicant? I think it's really well done.
Thank you.
And the coins, it's very weird how they stop so abruptly.
I was just walking down the street, and that detail shows up on at least 4 other homes.
Really?
Yes, on Plymouth. So there's 4 homes on Plymouth. There's one on your same block, then there's one on the block that's closer to Dixie. And the massing is almost identical between those 4. The other 3 of those homes where you have the 2 pairs with a space, because it's not really a mole, right? You have a space in between.
That's right.
And then that front door, at all of those other properties, those are arched openings. So they're 3 identical arched openings. The exact opening varies a little bit from each one. And then the front door is actually on the side on those other ones. So as a matter of curiosity, I'm very intrigued by this. It started because I was trying to see if there were any other homes on the street that had kind of like those skinny side lights. And there is one, but it's very divergent from these others that are nearly identical. I mean, nearly identical. The roof condition varies because it has a little bit of an additional detail, but your parapet condition is really the same. So just as a matter of curiosity, I understand that it's there now. I would be extremely curious to, pull back the drywall or the plaster that's there and see exactly what the original framing was doing.
At these windows and at the side lights, you're saying?
I mean, it's there, so I would not make it a condition. I think that the kind of configuration feels a little unusual, and because you have these 3 other similar houses to you on the same block, I wouldn't be surprised if those were alterations to fenestration. At what point in time, we don't know. I mean, I went back to 2007, and that is the fenestration that was there in 2007, but
okay.
It has that exact same coin detail on those houses.
The coin detail?
Like the side rustication.
Oh, yeah. Yes. So you think that that's original?
Yes.
But the
Yeah.
side lights, you're not sure? Because you're
Well,
saying the door might have been on the other side?
If you look at, I wrote 2 of the 3 down, and this is me walking it on Google, so I don't know how exacting these are, but there's 328 Plymouth and 232 Plymouth, and then there's a 3rd one as well that has a very similar configuration to yours.
Okay. I could say with confidence that there is an interior demo permit that is filed for the property, and they're planning to remove some things, so I have no problem with the fact of restoring to what is found based on a conversation with us and staff to determine what was original there.
That is interesting. I wasn't understanding what you were explaining until I'm looking at the image of it. So it was an open port, like
Well, on that one, it's a porch. If you go down to one of the other ones, it's the same arched openings, the same massing as this house, but they're enclosed windows. I mean, who knows what the evolution over time is? I haven't done a study of these. I'm just saying that the overall massing, and you see on the one that you have pulled up on your screen, the other three have that kind of like kick off of the parapet with the roof, so. Well, you'll know based on the framing.
Yeah, there's some uniqueness there to be found, I agree, and I think once we unskin it, I'll make that determination with Anne, using photos to document the proposed design with that in mind. But what I found super unique is the fact that this roof lands almost at the midpoint of this window, but that is original, that I verified. So
Can you say that again?
How this barrel roof or the rake end of this roof, when you follow this vertical corner of the second story, lands essentially almost midpoint of this window.
Do you see, this is just going back to these other three houses. On this image that we're looking at, there's almost like a band of stucco that's like up towards the parapet that's kind of been disrupted.
Yeah, right there.
There, and then on the other as well.
Yeah, I can
So
just.
it looks like this element that's on all three other houses was likely on this house as well at one point. Just
Okay.
as a matter of.
Yeah, I'm happy to look at that too. I can actually say also with confidence there, having seen this roof assembly, that the ceiling joists are at that bottom line and the roof rafters, which are flat, are at the top line. There has been some settlement over the years, so I don't deny the fact of the stucco having moved to have caused that change.
Yeah, I think if you look at these other
Yeah,
three
yeah, certainly
properties,
will.
it will be
Certainly will.
illuminating.
Okay.
Yeah, I think 232 Plymouth, you can see why those coins are at the corner like that.
Okay. Yeah, and I've
It
seen
makes
coins
sense with the
on
arched
corners of
openings.
other homes, just not in the mission style per se. So I'll take another look at those. So no problem in keeping them, and we will if, again, you find it relevant, which it seems like you have. But going to say that this was an open foyer, my understanding is that it wouldn't be. This would have always been enclosed. In this case, for this home, just because of this one condition where the rake end meets at this window, which I have found to be an original instance. Otherwise, you'd have a window half in and half out of the home.
That's how the other three houses have it as well.
Oh, really?
It comes
Okay.
down and it's within fenestration or an arched opening, so yeah. I mean,
Okay.
I think that this probably looked like those, but
Okay.
you've studied this project longer than I have.
Okay. Yeah, I'll take another look. So then, again, we'll heed Anne's advice at the time of filing plans, and we'll have photos to help us make that decision.
Any further questions of the applicant? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Benjamin Salata, presenting HB case 2430-220 Plymouth Road. I'll go quick since the applicant was extremely thorough. This is a local area showing between Flagler and Olive on Plymouth Road. The site plans. The photos is taken of last week. A wonderful shot of the front, and I can verify that the interior demolition is in progress. The request is proposed for a 605-foot addition to the second story of the primary structure and a proposed 300-square-foot accessory structure. The first floor plan is existing and proposed. And the second story. This is the demolition plan, which shows what items are being removed. Most of it is on the interior, but of course the applicant did mention the back wall. The north elevation showing it as existing and proposed. And it shows the wonderful awnings. The west elevation The south, with the French doors in the back. And the east elevation. And of course, don't think anybody's mentioned that pergola, which is a nice touch. This is the accessory structure as proposed, all 4 elevations on 1 page. And the applicable codes 9 and 10. We wish to approve this proposal of 2 conditions. One, the plan set must include the elements to support the green design standard bonuses. And we recommend lowering the roof line and proposed second-story addition to show differential between old and new. That is the MI report.
Thank you. Questions of staff? Okay, thank you. Any public comment? Okay, seeing none, we'll go into executive session.
I think it's a good, sensitive addition. I'm not supportive of the modifications to the front, removing the tile work, unless they can demonstrate that with staff that it was not original. But otherwise, I'm fully okay with the application as proposed.
I was going to ask, the only condition is perhaps that they work with staff to look at what those original openings were.
It seemed like the applicant was open to it, and I think if what I'm thinking is correct, based on these images, I think it's so exciting that it could be a step closer to its original fenestration, if that was indeed, how it was. So I would like to see that as a condition.
I'd be in support of that. Would someone like to make a motion to that effect?
Why not? I move that the Historic Preservation Board approve application number 24-34 alterations and additions in accordance with standards 9 and 10 as set forth in section 94-49 of the city's zoning and land development regulations. The motion is based on the testimony presented along with the application submitted in the staff report, which constitute competent and substantial evidence. In addition, the approval of this request is made conditional upon the following restrictions, stipulations, and/or safeguards that I move are necessary to ensure compliance with the purpose and intent of the Historic Preservation Ordinance, the historic preservation element of the comprehensive plan of the city of West Palm Beach, the Secretary of Interior standards, additional criteria set forth in section 94-49 of the city's zoning and land development regulations. The conditions include the following. 1, plan set must include elements to support green design standard bonus, but it seems like that was met. So 1, lower the roof line on the proposed second-story addition to show differentiation between old and new. And 2 would be to restore the original fenestration on the first floor of the street-facing facade if it differs from what is proposed.
Do a second.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, motion carries. Project approved. Thank you. Our next case is case number 24-33-293 Flamingo Drive. Thank you for waiting. I know it's been a long evening. I guess you had no option, but
Okay, good evening. Taylor Smith, architect with Smith Kellogg Architecture. I'm presenting on behalf of Allie and Trey Smith, the owners of 285 and 293 Flamingo Drive, who are here in attendance with us this evening. The Smiths have owned the contributing property at 293 Flamingo since 2020. In 2022, they acquired the adjacent non-contributing residence at 285 Flamingo Drive, with plans to expand their home to fit the needs of their growing family. Tonight, we're presenting additions and alterations to the existing contributing primary structure at 293 Flamingo Drive, the addition of a one-story accessory structure, and the demolition of the non-contributing primary structure at 285 Flamingo Drive. The subject properties are located at the north boundary of the El Cid Historic District, with 293 to the west and 285 to the east, and have dual frontage along Flamingo Drive to the south and Austin Lane to the north. This is the non-contributing residence at 285 Flamingo Drive. It was built in 1956. There have been subsequent alterations made over time with changes to the original facade. These are more photos of the side and rear facades of that non-contributing residence at 285 Flamingo Drive. Picture here is the contributing residence at 293 Flamingo Drive. It is a one-story colonial revival style cottage built in 1940. We're proposing no changes to the existing original south facade shown here. We're also proposing to retain the large shade tree at the southwest corner of the property that you can see in the top images. Photos of the rear and east facades. This flat roof addition is not original to the house. It will be proposed to be replaced with a new addition to the rear. The streetscape along the 200 block of Flamingo Drive is characterized by predominantly colonial revival cottages dating to the 1940s. You'll see we'll reference the character defining features of these residences in the proposed design. This is a north streetscape of Flamingo Drive, including the subject properties, 285 and 293. And I'll just point out there's one two-story house on the street at 275 Flamingo Drive, and it's not original to the street. It was relocated from the Hillcrest neighborhood. Austin Lane to the north of the site is a public street, but for the properties fronting Flamingo Drive, it functions more as an alley. The Carp House at 311 Crane's Nest Way was referenced as a precedent to our design concept. It includes two historic houses that were later combined and connected with the hyphen. This is a combined existing site plan showing the existing structures on the subject property. The original 1940 contributing structure to the west will remain. We're proposing to demolish that later flat roof addition to the north in order to construct a new addition in that location that's more compatible with the historic house. The non-contributing structure to the east, currently at 285, is proposed to be demolished and replaced with a new addition. This is the proposed site plan showing the new one-story rear addition to the contributing structure here, the one-story addition to the east here, and the new one-story accessory structure at the northeast corner of the site. Our goal for the design was to develop a scheme sensitive to and compatible with the existing streetscape rhythm, contextual building massing and scale, and architectural language characteristic of the 200 block of Flamingo Drive. The design concept is for the contributing structures and the east addition to read as two independent houses from the street. This idea informed the overall massing of the addition, the placement of the addition on the site, and the placement of the accessory structure in a location that would be consistent with a traditional garage accessory structure.
This is the material removals plan for 293 Flamingo Drive, showing the removal of that later rear addition, as well as partial reconfiguration of the interior spaces to facilitate the connection to the proposed addition to the east. It's the proposed floor plan showing the two masses of the contributing structure here, as well as the addition to the east, which will be connected by a new entry gallery. To separate the two volumes, the gallery is set back 50 feet from the front property line. It's also set back more than 62 feet from the edge of pavement of Flamingo Drive. The program of the home is divided into living spaces to the west and private spaces in the addition to the east. The existing and proposed street elevations with the contributing historic residence to the west, and then the proposed addition here to the east. The design of the addition references the character-defining features of the neighboring properties. This includes street-facing gables, simplified cornice detail at the eaves, a 3-part facade with central screen porch, wood posts and trim, and a decorative diamond pattern railing. The addition also has a continuous main roof ridge running from east to west with gabled ends. And this is characteristic of the language of the surrounding structures. The window and door sizing and glazing proportions are based on the existing fenestration. This is the existing and proposed west elevation showing the removal and replacement of that later addition with a flat roof. This is the existing and proposed north elevations with the garage and living room replacement here, a new covered loggia in the center, and then the east addition on the left side of the page. This is the proposed east elevation showing the new addition in the foreground. This is the proposed accessory structure, which takes its design cues from the contributing primary structure. And this is an artistic street view rendering of the proposed design. As you can see, the character of the addition is intended to be compatible with the contributing structure and also compatible with the surrounding context of Flamingo Drive. This is a rendering of the north facade with the accessory structure addition on the left side, the east addition beyond, the central covered loggia, and then the new additions to the north side of the historic portion of the house. That concludes the applicant presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions of the applicant?
Thank you, Taylor. Can you describe the your decisions to do the front driveway configuration so rectilinear and centered, kind of emphasizing the hyphen?
Sure. Let me go back to the site plan. So the west side of the driveway is more or less in the location of the existing brick driveway at 293 Flamingo. That main entry to the house is the hyphen. And to create a similar feel on the east side and to have a central driveway on the main axis of the house, we are locating it kind of in between the two. Now there's a differentiation in the material between, I believe the two, beyond the aprons, the two driveways running to the north will be a brick drive, and then this will be like a large format stone, paver stone in the center, and in between the two it will be heavily landscaped with kind of a like native shrubbery, and also very irregularly planted and asymmetrical, so that from the streetscape, the two houses will feel distinct, and you won't really feel that central corridor until you're on the site in the motor court.
And you thought the existing curvilinear semicircular drive was too amorphous for how geometric your plan is?
Right, there's a circular drive at 285 right now. Now we have to reduce our curb cuts to, we have 20 feet maximum on that property line.
Cumulative.
Cumulative, that's correct. And yeah, to have an unbalanced drive to us didn't make as much sense because of the access that we're creating on the site once you're off of the street.
Okay, thanks. Very, very tasteful, very well done. So I have to find something to pick on.
No, I agree. Very, very thoughtful plan, great use of the site, and, really, I think preserves the rhythm of the street. And, that's one of the things I think we've struggled with these smaller one-story structures when someone wants to build an addition, which makes perfect sense, considering the limited amount of square footage. And I think this is just done in a really thoughtful way. So thank you. Any further questions? Thank you.
Thanks.
Good evening. Ann Hamilton presenting case number 24-33 for demolition of 285 Flamingo Drive and ad valorem pre-construction at 293 Flamingo Drive. The applicant did a great job of explaining this project. I certainly don't have very many complaints about it, so I'll be brief. This is located in the El Cid Historic District. It is two separate lots currently, one containing a contributing structure and one containing a non-contributing structure. The contributing structure was built in 1936 and is very similar in style to most of the other homes on this street. As you can see here, one contributing, one non-contributing. The applicant is proposing to combine those two lots into one. This is the existing site, 293 Flamingo Drive on the left and 285 on the right. The request is for demolition of the existing non-contributing single-story mid-century residence at 285 Flamingo Drive, which would allow for the lot to be combined with the next door lot at 293 Flamingo Drive. Subsequently, there would be construction of a new addition to the contributing structure at 293 Flamingo Drive of approximately 1,769 square foot, with a detached one-story accessory structure of approximately 189 square feet. This also includes site work, a new pool, and driveways. This is the proposed site plan. Jumping ahead a little bit to the comments that were being made during the applicant's presentation, the one condition from staff that is included in the staff report is that they do need to reduce their number of curb cuts, as unfortunately it's not 20 feet on one street frontage, it is 20 feet total for the lot. So if they're going to have a curb cut off of Austin, which is considered a street and not an alley, and a curb cut off Flamingo Drive, they can only have one 10-foot curb cut on each. This is an interesting lot because of the two street frontages. The applicant has utilized a contextual setback on the rear or double front off of Austin Lane for this garage portion. And it has been the planning department's interpretation that although the code requires that a swimming pool and an accessory structure have a 25-foot setback, because along Austin Lane, the predominant location of garages, swimming pools, accessory structures is along that street, they are allowed to have a rear setback. So we have determined that this meets zoning code, and The applicant is proposing, as they said, a design with the existing one-story, a connector, and a new one-story addition that is meant to read as a new structure, or a separate structure. This is the proposed demolition plan. The proposed first floor plan, where you can really see that connection of two separate elements. The existing and proposed front elevation, side and rear elevations, and the elevations of that pool cabana. This would be the proposed streetscape. We believe that it fits very well within the rhythm of the streetscape, the overall massing of the homes along Flamingo Drive. This is the rendering, again, showing how this reads as two separate residences. The rear rendering. We believe that the demolition of 285 Flamingo would not represent an irreparable loss to the El Cid Historic District or to the city of West Palm Beach as a whole, as it is a non-contributing structure. We believe that the new construction additions to 293 Flamingo are in keeping with all of the Secretary of Interior standards and the Historic Preservation Ordinance, and are recommending approval with the one condition that was in the staff report and a second condition that was added as a, I guess, just a note to move forward the application. The property shall have no more than 2 curb cuts of 10 foot or 120 foot to comply with the zoning and land development regulations of the city of West Palm Beach, which does limit the number of curb cuts on a property to either 2 10-foot or 120 foot for the entirety of the property. And the property shall go through all applicable processes for the approval of a lot combination with the city's zoning division, subsequent to the approval of this application. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions of staff? Thank you. Any public comment? Okay. We need 2 motions.
I move that Historic Preservation Board approve application number case file 24-33 for demolition in accordance with the demolition guidelines as set forth in the Historic Preservation Ordinance, Section 94-49 of the City Zoning and Land Development Regulations. The motion is based on the testimony presented along with the application submitted in the staff memo, which constitute competent substantial evidence.
Do you have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, motion carries.
I move that Historic Preservation Board approve application number 24-33 for alterations, additions, ad valorem tax exemption in accordance with standards 9 and 10 as set forth in section 9449 of the city zoning land development regulations. The motion is based on the testimony presented along with the application submitted in the staff memo, which constitute competent substantial evidence, including the conditions listed in the staff memo.
Do you have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, motion carries. Project approved. Good luck. Our last case of the evening is case number 24-30, 520 38th Street.
Hello,
And thank
good
you
evening.
for waiting.
Of course. I didn't have a choice. No, I'm kidding.
That's true.
All right, thank you, everybody. My name is Laurent Minguez, Heavenly Hands Funding, regarding 520 38th Street. The property is currently a vacant lot, and we are proposing for the new construction of a one-story single-family home of around 1,656 square feet in a framed vernacular craftsman-inspired design. We are the owner of 526 38th Street, which is this home right here, where we got the inspiration for the design. 526 38th Street, it was built in 1926, is on the west side of the lot where the design inspiration stemmed from. The proposed home at 520 38th Street sits on a 6,000 square foot lot, and it is within the 30% maximum lot coverage range at 1,656 square feet of the proposed structure. The proposed new construction features fiber cement board siding, tapered porch columns. Let me see here. There we go. Tapered porch columns, 4/1 single hung windows, and asphalt tile roof shingles. The new construction fits well with the scale of the other homes on 38th Street. I have the 250 foot of the linear frontage here. So it fits well with the scale of the other homes on 38th Street, and the frame vernacular style appears sporadically throughout the historic district. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you. Questions of the applicant?
Would you be opposed to scooting the tapered column so that the door is centered? The front door?
No, I wouldn't be opposed to it. I'll do whatever you want.
Are you talking about the one to the left?
You see?
So
see
that's
what
a
I'm saying?
side door, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know if.
So you're just saying just bring it in line with the
a little,
eave?
yeah.
Okay. Any further questions or comments? Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Good evening again, everybody. Benjamin Slaughter presenting for HB case number 2431, new construction at 520 38th Street. This is in Northborough Park. From what we can tell from the aerial here and from our research, there has never been a structure permanent on this lot. We've gone all the way to Sanborn maps. This is a brand new house and essentially a brand new lot. This is site plan as shown here, the vernacular frame craftsman, one-story craftsman style house. This is the photo as it exists now. And these are some of the neighbors. You can see there's a mixture of Mediterranean, a nice little modern house, and of course some craftsman homes. The proposal is for a new construction of approximately 1,656 square feet. This is the first story plan. The front elevation. This shows the tapered columns. That's the right elevation. You see the columns are also on the back side as well. The left and the rear elevation. This is the roof plan as shown. And that is the street rendering, which I believe is also vernacular. We do believe this meets 9 and 10 of the Secretary's codes, and we recommend approval of no conditions.
Thank you. Questions of staff? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any public comment? I was wondering what you were waiting for.
I've been waiting for this one. I filled out my paper late. I apologize.
That's okay.
I was at the Panthers game last night, and I didn't get home till 2 in the morning, so this is not going to be on my
How did they
A game
do? I
here.
don't know.
What now?
How did they do? I don't know.
Great, they won in overtime.
They
It
won.
was fantastic.
Good.
So, my name is Ivan Kopis. I live at 530 38th Street. I own 530 38th Street. I'm an attorney. Been practicing law for 23 years. I'm a commercial litigator. Bought that house 7 years ago after I got
Sworn
divorced.
in? Have you been sworn in?
Oh, you know what? I don't think I have. I apologize.
She-
Good catch.
she's gonna swear you in.
I didn't stand for the swearing.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do, and I adopt my previous testimony as my testimony. So anyway, familiar with the street I bought 7 years ago when 38th Street was not necessarily the best place to live on. In the first few months, my girlfriend's car was broken into 3 times. Prostitutes used to do their business in my front yard. You would find hypodermic needles and all sorts of things. But in 7 years, the street has dramatically changed because of me and other people who have moved in there and fixed up their houses and whatever. My house isn't the fanciest. I have a 1951 kind of modern house, but I love my modern house. But I'm familiar with the empty lot, and we have a few of those empty lots in our neighborhood. We're surprisingly, for a 100-year-old neighborhood, nothing was ever built. And so I got the 500-foot notice last week, and I came here to speak. I got a package from your, I forget his name now, Ben. Thanks, Ben. Like I said, tired. And reviewed the package, and I certainly, done enough land development cases. Typically, I represent developers, and I'm in a different position. I got to keep this moving. Understand highest and best use. I understand that an empty lot is not highest and best use. My concern with this development, it just seems like it's very rushed. Reading the plans, for example, your biggest turnout here was a dispute over a driveway. There's no indication where this driveway is. Is it in the back? Is it in the front? As far as craftsman homes, I assure you there are none on 38th Street. There are very few in Northwood. There's maybe you can count them on one hand, 1, 2, 3 in Northwood Harbor, maybe one in Northwood. But they're traditional craftsman houses. This isn't really a craftsman house, in my opinion. Not an architect, you can tell me that, but nothing really in the neighborhood looks like this. And where that house is pretty much where what would be, I guess you would call Mediterranean revival homes begin. And that's most of what's, and in fact, there are 2 at the very end of the street, beautiful houses. One that's on the market right now for sale for $2.85 million. Again, the neighborhood has improved significantly, and I would just ask that the application be at least a little more complete, if you will. Again, even the street views didn't really show the actual how the houses, the heights and how they really look. It was kind of done by hand, and
You can go a little bit further because you had to
Well,
be
okay.
sworn in while you were on the clock.
Well, like in hockey, when the buzzer rings, that's it. So that's my position on this. Like I said, it's his property. He certainly has the right to build something there. And again, it's a better use of the property to have a house there than to have just, well, you saw the picture of it. It's awful. And now I understand why last week they were busy cleaning it up because it's usually a wreck. And you guys were there with your cameras. Now I get it. But anyway, I think the application is kind of vague in a lot of respects. I mean, even looking at these other presentations, you had elevations, color pictures, digital renderings to see what this would really actually look like. And here you have a cartoon rendering of the street, a black and white, I guess blueprints, I don't know if they call that anymore, blueprints, and no real idea of what this is going to look like. And I understand 38th Street ain't Flamingo Park, and I understand it ain't, what's the other neighborhood, El Cid. But those of us who live on 38th Street love 38th Street, and we just ask that you take that into consideration. Or I ask you that. I only speak for myself. So, thanks all.
Thank you. Would you like to provide a rebuttal? You're allowed to respond if you'd like to. Yes.
So I did exactly as I was told by the Preservation Department with Ben. We've had our communications. I do have a full set of drawings, but I provided what I was asked to provide, and I did everything in a timely manner. So that's, if I do need to provide more information, I'm open to ideas.
Okay, thank you. Do you have the full set of drawings? Were those submitted? And they didn't make it into the packet, or?
We had a previous set of drawings that showed a 2-story structure would not meet zoning, and this one was the revision of it.
Okay.
But their original plan did have driveways and a little more intricate. This was a last minute, or at least a last week change in their plan.
To a 1-story structure?
To 1-story, they wanted to make this meeting.
Okay. Okay.
And Ben, did you provide, or Ann provide him input on the style
Absolutely.
selection? And you were supportive of this
Yes.
style?
This board has made comments about a lot of Mediterraneans, a lot of Mission, and you've sped in open chambers, you'd like some variety in the architecture in the city. So I support that decision.
Can I just also ask about the feedback? Is it just feedback since they submitted like on EPL, the new system, and then like the 6 weeks between then and now that you've been coordinating, or was it earlier than that? How long has the correspondence been going back and forth? Did they just submit and then you responded to it? Like with the
I don't know
past-
the exact timeline, but
Okay.
it's probably like 2 weeks between the rejection of the last rendition and this one.
Thank you.
That's a guesstimate.
Okay.
So the notice that that gentleman would have received, would the notice have said a two-story structure?
It was this structure here. They got it just in time for the notice. That was our deadline.
Do you feel that this application is complete as presented to the board?
I do. So if like curb cuts or driveways, we'll fix that in zoning with their plan set. If there's anything, if they had a mechanical plan, that probably didn't make this as well. But I think we'd like to keep the architecture and this progress moving so we can turn a 100-year-old vacant lot into a beautiful new home.
According to the matrix, is a rendering required for new construction? Or is it one of those that has the asterisk that says may be required? I can't
can't
remember.
recall off the top of my head, but I always ask for more than was necessary, but, oh, it is required? I'm sorry. I was
Okay,
correct. It is
and
required.
we don't have a rendering, right? So,
Would you like to continue this one so that's a complete application?
yeah, I think we need to, based off of what I'm hearing, and, I didn't hear the entire applicant presentation, so I don't want to speak out of turn, but if a rendering is required and they haven't provided one, I think that they should come back with a full application.
And then we also want, what else do you want to see? A site plan?
Yeah, I mean, I think we would want to make sure that they have all of the requirements
Oh,
that
there
are
is a
on
site.
the.
There is a site plan, but there's no driveway on it.
Yeah, I'm just scrolling through the drawings right now. I do think it would be helpful, like, for the streetscape, even if it's just the streetscape through images, to have, I think the streetscape drawing is meant to be able to understand the heights of the adjacent structures in relation to your own. So if we could at least get like an approximate top of the other structures so that we have an understanding of how they relate height-wise, how it relates height-wise to the other structures. I mean, I understand that you're proposing a one-story structure, which I think is definitely in the right direction. And then if you could label, like, the images that you have shown, label what address they're at so that we have an understanding, I think it would be really helpful. Would it be an appropriate time to just make a couple other comments?
Sure. Not in an appropriate time, but sure, please go ahead and make them.
I am trying to make my way through the drawings to get back to the window schedule sheet that has the images of the windows, as well as the windows that are, positioned on the elevations of the home. But if the applicant could also look at the proportions of basically the lights that are being created within the windows, because you're going from kind of square light patterns to like very long light patterns. And so the fenestration kind of jumps all over the place in terms of the light pattern. If you could try to keep the sizing of that glazing, like the square or rectangle of light, more similar in proportion, I think it would help with the continuity of the home and be more similar to the historic structures. And then also with windows A and B, the way it's being presented, it looks like it's one giant window that basically has a small button running down the middle of it. I don't know if that's the intent, or if the intent is actually for it to be two separate windows with like a 2-inch mold down the middle. the 2-inch mole is much more similar to what we would expect to see historically. So I think some minor modifications on the fenestration would be incredibly successful.
And then Mr. Murphy requested that the tapered column on the left-hand side be shifted. Okay.
I think that the one-story, the exploration of a one-story structure on the site is absolutely the right direction to go. So I'm glad that you were able to listen to the staff and kind of go with an alternative to the 2-story structure, because that would probably be very out of character from at least the immediate areas. I'm looking on the Google Street View, so I commend you on that and that decision.
Okay, any further comments, or would someone like to make a motion to continue?
I'll make a motion to continue the item to the June 25th, 2024 Historic Preservation Board meeting, following the direction by staff. Provided, based on the design direction provided by the Historic Preservation Board.
Do we have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. And can we have a motion to adjourn?
Adjourn.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, thank you.